Hello everybody, let's go. Alright, scene transition. Go, we are now open. Hello everybody, the name is Alex Archicross, and welcome to the Faded Woods Bureau. I'm your host. Wait, let me change one thing. I knew I should have double checked. Oh, give me one second. Window projector. Perfect. So yeah, we're actually nearing the end. This is episode 4. And I checked like how much longer it would be. It should be like no more than maybe 1 or 2 more days. It'd be really cool if we could finish by today. It'll give you more space to do more things. I really want to start playing the Nemle games. The ones that the creator of The Coffin of Andy and Lele made as well. Now let's see here. Just gonna make sure. Man, I'm so self-conscious about my audio. That's like the one thing. Okay. I think I'm all ready to get started. Got my water, got my things open. Yep, it's just about time to start. Oh, wait, let me just open up my little YouTube chat as well. Boom. Boom, we are all ready. Okay, ready? Last time, Marianne almost died. I think she was poisoned, but just barely enough to knock her out. Alright, let's get to it. I'm gonna raise the audio on my end. Oh, I've been told that I have pretty good pitch. Well, but hearing pitch. My ears are pretty sensitive. Showdown time. The cards from the first case. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time. And only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Who's talking? Well, it seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. What's Ace doing? He looks so serious. Why, yes. Over a game of cards. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. I'm speaking as Phoenix, okay. 7 years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. That's the one that got banned. If you try a little harder, Phoenix, you might have kept your badge. Nah, you had that fake evidence. April 19th, 9:27 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Phew, okay, it's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Got to try and relax. Magician Man, hey, cool. Ah, good morning, Mr. Enigmar. Like Enigma, but Enigmar. Sorry that I sprung this on you so suddenly. What kind of voice did I give him? I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand. I'm asking the impossible of you. Well, yes. You haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. Look how small she is. Oh, morning, Daddy. How do I do that? Doing her regular voice is already tough enough. Oh, I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? Are they picking on you? I'm fine, as always. This old boy is here to help me, after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks. My first show's today, after all. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Oh, old boy. Huh? Me? Look what he started. Here. It seems fate's clocks will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. I don't know, I just got it there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. What's this? A memo for you to or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like some kind of page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. You should give it a read now. Wait, evidence. What's this evidence? Crime scene photo. Look at that clown over there. A golden gun, a syringe, blue stuff, green stuff. A diary, a page of a diary right there. Oh, the book. Wait. The fake evidence was a diary page from a book. Was that it? It is, isn't it? Ah. Also, he has a freaking bullet on his freaking forehead. As well as the clown. That is like a stand or something? Took damage. Magnifi's autopsy report. He's 67. Magnifi Grammary. Time of death, April 13. So, around 5 days ago? Wait, I can't count. 6 days ago. Between 11 and 11:30 p.m. at night. Cause of death, loss of blood from a bullet wound. Note, malignant tumor found in victim's liver. So he has a tumor, and he died of blood loss from a bullet wound. He got shot in the head. How do you die from blood loss from a headshot? That's not how it works. And then, the notebook page? The fake piece of evidence. This is it, right? It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least, only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Magnifi Grammary. So, how does this play into the fake evidence thing? Wait, who told Trixie to give him? Wait, I keep calling her Trixie. It's Trucy. Wait, who did Trucy... Well, how do you feel about today's trial? We'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutors today is a new guy I hear. A new guy. Wait, who's... I think it's Gavin, right? An easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it's a bit difficult situation I put you in. But, allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes, they will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So, do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I say you do not understand. You see, it would be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes, isn't that right, Trucy? Yep, you bet, Daddy. My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I'm in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. He looks like such a nice guy. My client is Shady Enigma. These name puns, man. Shady Enigma. Known to the world as Zach Grammary, a widely popular magician, star of the troupe Grammary. His mentor, Magnifi Grammary, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic, until he was shot dead. And Zach Grammary is the suspect. April 19th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7. There he is! He looks so young. Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigma. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Look at him! He looks like King! From King of Fighters. Actually! He looks just like him! He's like King. Except he's more outgoing. Instead of King's, no, it's not King. K-Dash. It's called K-Dash. He looks just like K-Dash. Actually, he's... Oh my gosh. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all this fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this some kind of crime? One of the worst. This is the trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms? The pounding hearts? A governor's concert got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Oh, so he was a rock star before a prosecutor. Who were you again? Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah. Gavin. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavins? Ah, figures my bro's more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. Can read my mind? True, my debut single, 13 Years, Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby. To me, compared to this, yeah. Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up. Attorney, right? So he did have a Euro rock accent. I don't know what that is. Perhaps you would like to be so kind as to fill us in on the case. A chunk, baby. Time to call the opening act. What was his name again? Ah yes, Detective Gumshoe! I haven't seen him all game. Hit it. Hit it! Yes! Gumshoe, where have you been? And you are? Wait, how do I do a Gumshoe accent? Hey you are the one who called me up, sir. The name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe, long time no see. Hey you! Not me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony, see? He's back. Where has he been? Where has he been? Is he on vacation or something? What you normally lack is confidence in your testimony? Her detective, this is my stage. Can the antics? Huh? And this, hey Ewing, and such. And I could care less about your history together. Ark. How did I do a Gumshoe? Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back in the room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient, asleep in the hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and BAM! Lights out. Them's the facts.
Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifi Grammary, was a famous man.
I can't believe he's doing that handstand like that.
He had the entire country under his magic spell, as it were.
Ah yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifi to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare.
Yes, though I'm quite sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troop Grammary has made quite a name for themselves.
Anyhow, the retired Magnifi's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A malignorant tutor or something? Doing something to his liver, I think? Yeah.
A malignant tumor, perhaps?
In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact. 3 months. Cancer, huh? Oof.
The facts do seem simple enough. But something's not right.
The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. Oh, so that's what the needle was. When he was shot with a pistol, the syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his line. Damn. The small syringe, used for administering insulin shots, had been washed and shows no sign of use.
I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had?
Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. That makes no sense. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir.
What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting?
Those are the facts. I have the letter here in question. Oh, it's a different letter. To my beloved student Zach. Hey, I need to see the evidence. There it is. Let me see.
Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull the trigger, I wonder?
I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter.
Ah, you cannot refuse. And we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court?
Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about it, sir. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 1-1? What? Why haven't come at 11:05 without some specific reason? Let me see the evidence for a second. Oh, wrong button. To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun in which you will shoot. One shot, square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Magnifique grammary. This is very confusing. How do we know he wrote it? Look at his eyes. He's so cool with the shades. He looks just like K-Dash. The devil's in the details, attorney.
Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was. Every night, for a half hour, starting at 11, the victim, Magnifique Grammary, was given an IV. An IV?
There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed.
At 11, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV.
Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination if you would.
What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. I'm his lawyer. He could trust me. He doesn't trust you, Phoenix, right? You don't... He's a sad sack, honestly. Nobody gives him a break. He's just unlucky. He was born probably with an unlucky star or something. Alright, Gumshoe, what do you got? Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot him only one in the forehead. Are you sure about that? Hold it. How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. You failed to grasp the concept of questioning, detective. First, we got the letter. It says, shoot in the forehead, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you need to go grow yourself a backbone, pal. What do you mean? Gumshoe, what are you saying? Grow a backbone to kill someone in cold blood, especially who is your mentor. That makes no sense. What are you thinking? Gumshoe, I'm concerned. You failed to grasp the concept of shooting people as bad, detective. We also found the detective's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it has been fired recently.
Well, Mr. Wright? As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. The photo. Maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar shot something else. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes, the clown, right? What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal! That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead. Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make.
Objection!
What? And you can prove that with his photo. I can prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? The clown. The clown doll? Take a closer look, see? It's been shot in the forehead, too. Ah, there's a hole in his forehead. You know, I hate Pennywise. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. Objection. And I suppose you have a reason why as to he'd shoot the clown doll? Maybe he has hesitated? He didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead. His forehead. Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot, square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. Hello, Rox. How you doing? Welcome to the stream again. We are in the final court case. Right now, it's kind of like a flashback, I think. 7 years ago to back when Phoenix Wright was still an attorney. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter. You know, if they find a bullet at the scene of the crime there, who the hell is in charge of investigation? Gumshoe? Gumshoe, did he not find the bullet that was there? He's gonna get his salary cut so bad again.
Objection!
Objection? Hey, let them go. I admit, I'm impressed. But I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Objection! Perhaps he didn't shoot a forehead as ordered. But the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown's doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. Right about what? It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. It makes no sense that he died of blood loss to a headshot wound. You don't die from headshot wounds with blood loss. You'd straight up die. And he was an old man. There is no way he could tank that. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. Screw you, Gavin. You're just a new-ass freaking prosecutor, and you here telling me who's what? You're talking to Mr. Phoenix Wright. He's turned more cases upside down than you have ever existed. His case courses and outcomes are more of a miracle than your rock band. How's that for a comeback, yeah? How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Let's make that hole big. Rip it open. Was that Rox? Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal.
I didn't have time to gather the details before coming here. But this testimony might be my only source of information. He's playing on hard mode, no evidence, no backup, no help. Not even his defendant won't help him. And Maya's not there to help him either. I miss Maya. Actually, the kind of order defendant, blah 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 blah. The bullet was fired from the pistol. More about this. You mean this pistol? The one in the crime scene photo? Hole? Yes, the hole. It's actually referring to this. You see, he died to a headshot wound, but his autopsy report says he died of blood loss. How do you die of blood loss from a headshot wound? It makes no sense, honestly. But actually, Phoenix thinks that the hole is the clown, because the defendant was ordered to commit a headshot. But it's probably the clown, not the actual old man. You mean this pistol, the one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. It's kind of irrelevant. But still, I'll ask. Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? Why is he being so mean? We're friends. You never heard of Zack and Van's quick draw shoot 'em? Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Who's the lady in the middle? Oh, it's probably maybe Chusie's mom. I wonder where she is. Zack and Van stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. What do you mean by that? This was one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls joined the police because of that pistol, I hear. What's this? Make 1,000 times every stream. Encourage people to subscribe. We can talk more about connecting with Discord. It's a bot. I'll ignore that. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Drew Grammary stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a strange pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Yeah, I think it's from the other platforms. Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own. Aha! Intriguing point, well made. Whoa. Not well made, not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this as evidence. Stage pistol. Fires one real bullet. Barrel marks match found. In victim, no fingerprints found. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. Oh, Trickster, you actually visited me. How's it going? Yep, I'm streaming. How's it going? Thank you for visiting. You're just playing Phoenix right now. I thrive on cringe. You know, being a VTuber, being cringe comes naturally. Okay, let's see this. So, let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim? Hey, Not a bad summary, pal. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me? No. People will make fun of you forever and ever and ever. You know, me too. Let's see, what would I make fun of you of? You look like, you look poor. There we go. All good, broski. Well now, that's Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system. Shall we continue with the testimony? I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. Carefully read this letter. I think he means this letter or this letter. I entrust you with the task of lowering my life's curtains. 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun. One shot. Got you. Yeah, right now we're just trying to figure out. This is the court case where Phoenix lost his attorney's badge, got fired, and disbarred. Maybe he should have been like Saul Goodman. One shot square in the forehead, he cannot refuse me, and we both know why. I wonder what they mean by this. Okay, I'll press him on this. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just as he had commanded. It could be a setup, but let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change? Thanks, pal. Fine. I can play it slow as well as play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. See this? And this letter was sent by the victim? There it is. Gotcha. You're all mine this time, pal. Huh? I had the handwritten letter checked out, of course. It's the victim's, no mistake. Ah, I see. Ha 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 ha! Score one for the boys. I didn't lose. I was just asserting the facts. So why am I so annoyed? But a letter ordering your own death? Things aren't what they used to be, I guess. I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace, even now, Your Honor. So anyway, guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. Shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol on the scene, no doubt about it. This is the addition, I think. You mean this pistol, the one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, no mistaking about it. We compare the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from his gun. Directly marks. I already read this already. Bet we did. But there's something inside the clown. Or the gun must be a fake. No, they interviewed the gun already. Actually, need to check. Inspect the gun. I can inspect something. If you look closely, you can see how the pistol's made to bend here. It's a one-shot only model, and I guess this bend is where you load it. So this is the famous Grammary Golden Gun. Wait a minute. Only one shot. If there was only one shot, how come there's two bullets? They say kids used to love pretending they had one of these. I wonder if they pretended to miss their targets too. It's a one shot only. And if the clown got shot, how can there be a second bullet on the old man? One shot, but there's two bullets. The plot thickens. And maybe if I present these pieces of evidence, it'll tell them that no.
Objection!
Aha! The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like, I just said, pal. After he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and... There's only one shot. One bullet. They don't have the money for another bullet. Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too. I don't know how to scream. I'm not a screaming person. That's not a contradiction. Not even close. Yes, it is. Do you think he just gave him another bullet? All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. The letter says he only had one shot. Oh? Where did he get the extra bullets? They're not easy to come by, you know. If you claim that the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. What a newbie. He doesn't know what he's doing. He can't prosecute. He ain't doing nothing. Go back to doing your rockstar business. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet, beyond my good looks and starting record sales. An utter lack of humility. What's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Another witness. Like I said, Detective, I was just getting warmed up. Sorry, Gumshoe. You did your best. Get out of here. Skedaddle. Before I cut your salary. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who, you will find, can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gramery who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. Oh, that's it? That was pretty short. Save progress. April 19th, 11:21 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. There he is. Now, please be cooperative. I need your help. I'm your lawyer. Stop grinning. I know how this ends. You're gonna get arrested. So please help me out. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened actually. Were you not paying attention? I do not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discover the truth for yourself. You could have told me. It would have made everything much faster. I was thinking of you, you know. I was thinking we need less thinking and more talking. We could do a speed run. Just talk to me, please. That night in the hospital, what really happened? The way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself. The letter. The one shot in the forehead. One, right? Yes. And the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? Ayo? What's Ayo? Is there something? The magician? He does have a really nice facial hair. This is something I will not say. For now, at least. What's this for now business? I've done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? You wanted to know about the night of the incident. Calm down. Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time and found there, upon beside the table, two pistols. Two pistols? Wait, where's the second one? Two? Wait, where's the second one? Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one I had used by my partner Valent. Oh, with the Zack and Valent's quick draw thing. My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then, I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment. You faltered? You mean you actually thought about shooting him? Recall, there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before? To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in True Grammary? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol and had fired and placed it in my pocket. Your pocket? I believe you examined the bullet in the clown's forehead. You will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks? Yes. Well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me, but you're not telling me? You're not helping me again. You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks. Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened. What? Magnifi Grammary was awake? The old devil, he was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. Oh, he's mad. Why did he want to get shot? And there, we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion. Maybe 5, 10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Right. Did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Yes, it does. It might does. It certainly does. Tell me anyway. Zack Grammary. He seems pretty steadfast to me. Or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I'm in your hands. Right. Let's get back in there. April 19th, 11:37 a.m. District Courtroom number 7. Court is now back in session. During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's forehead. They missed that piece of evidence. Can't believe it. The detectives in the scene are incompetent. I'm blaming you, Gumshoe. Well, this is news. And the rifling marks? There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. Now you're not doing a detailed analysis? Come on, do your job. Though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry about my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is innately acquainted with the players in our little production. Begin the other half of True Grammary's famous duo, Zack and Valent. So it's Valent Grammary. So we get to meet the great Magnifi's other disciple. Where's his facial hair? Oh. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valent Grammary. Magician. You're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student your partner's guilt? Is that rocks eating cookies? Nom nom. Fate and the grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks. Wait, the shooting took place in the hospital after 11 o'clock that night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were also there at late? If one were to deduce this logically, then conclusion is yes. Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? There he is. I like him though. He's such a fun character. I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait. That's the same letter Zach Grammy received. Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da. Look at him stand. He's so fashionable. Order, order, order! And what does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. To my beloved student Valent, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:20 p.m. Wait, 20 p.m.? I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know why. So it's a bit later, and he provided another gun. So maybe it was you? The court accepts this into evidence. This is most unusual. Why exactly was going on with you folks? What exactly was your troop Grammary up to? By which you mean... I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's just my opinion, Her Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in doing so shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is a strain of warping relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with our case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason why they couldn't refuse. Just tell us, please. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Grammary, stands accused. Tell us why. Oh, I'll do more than that. From where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating, though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes. And now it's time to get this party fired up. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time the Magnifi requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow students might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. So you're saying you shot the clown? So you were the one who reported the crime? Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. So you're self-reporting. That's a tactic in Among Us. That doesn't clear you. Let's not jump into any conclusions. Yet the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But, if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant Zach Grammary is guilty. And if it wasn't Zach Grammary, then the killer was you, Valent. Look at that confident smile. I'm actually starting to think it was him. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. Okay, the night of the crime. The night of the crime, visited the hospital room at the time Magnific requested. Are you sure about that? Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m. Indeed, In magic, timing is everything. Right. Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on the stage before my stunt double has left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic. Now that you revealed the very secrets of your magic for us, let's move on. He just said he had a stunt double, you fool. He's so dumb. You went at the designated time. And what did you see? The smell of gunpowder hang in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. Be more specific. So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? He looks nervous. I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. What? Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid. He doesn't have a poker face. Now you're just imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. Bruh. This dude does not have a poker face. And he's spilling the beans. It was Valence? Are you serious? The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to get imagining things. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse. So it does. And my partner, he did not refuse. But McNavy wrote the same thing to you. So why could you refuse if Zack couldn't? Because I have a will of steel, of course. I also do this trick where I bend steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't all that strong. So which is it? Mind if I continue? Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. That sweet kiss I gave to the clown. He's saying he shot the clown. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner Zack had said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I better dig around a bit more and see what I can turn up. So this guy must have killed the old man when the client left. I agree. He must have, because the first guy didn't do it. I think. Okay, Mr. Valent, let me ask you about something else concerning the crime scene, namely location of the pistol, the number of pistols, the bullet in the pistol, the number of pistols. Let me ask this. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zack and Valent quick draw shoot-'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zack tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found upon his beside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazing, alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important? Quite important, yes. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown. Let me go over here first. Actually, then I informed the doctor and the police. No, actually, I think I just go right here. Wait, can I press this? Hold it. So you took the only pistol there and fired it? That's correct. And that pistol was this one, which was left at the crime scene. Good show, I see you too are a magician of sorts. And you're an idiot of sorts. Do you have any idea what you just said? If my client said was true, and he took the pistol of his, then that pistol he said that was fired and he left is the one. I see the fire in your eyes as you stare and glare at the witness. So how about heating up this trial a bit? These slow ballads bore me? I got a hunch, but maybe that's all it is. Maybe I should ask about something else. No need. On second thought, let's just run with this testimony a little while longer. I got him now. So what's the piece of evidence? I entrust the task, I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot, square in the forehead. You cannot refuse. And we both know the reason why. Can I present this again?
Objection!
I can. The same piece of evidence twice. According to the defendant, Zach Gramery, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2? One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Was that Rox? Why would he shoot the clown and report the body? So, yes, the first guy, let's see here. Oh, look, this is actually, I don't think I've ever seen him. So that was him. So this guy right here, he's the defendant. He's the one at trial for shooting and killing this dude. But he says he didn't shoot him. He says he shot the clown and left with a gun. But then this dude comes around and says, I got a letter that to shoot this guy. But he says, I did shoot, I shot the clown. However, the letter instructions he received had him shoot after this first dude. Which means if he says everything he said was true, he came after and did shoot and fire a gun. One gun that was left. So, if it matches up with this guy's testimony, he fired the gun, he shot the clown because he was there first and left, leaving only one gun scene at the scene of the crime because he took the first. And since there was only one gun left, it matches with his testimony, and he fired and killed this dude. So now what Gavin is trying to prove is... Wait, what is he trying to say? Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head? Well, what about what Mr. Valent just told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you, I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. Yes, the pistol. The one pistol. That's your story, at least. Huh? But the rifling marks tell a different story, Mr. Valent. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us? We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Oh, you got him now. Order, order, order! Well, this is all rather sudden.
Objection!
What have I done? He's nervous. Prosecutor Gavin? I owe the court an apology. Sorry. He's so different. You can tell just how much of a novice he is. Also, I kind of want to see his eyes. Can I get a closer look? You can see them just a little. Oh, Rox, you know who he kind of looks like? This is a young Gavin from 7 years ago. And he kind of looks like K-Dash from King of Fighters. Sorry, for what? He looks exactly like K-Dash. You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that was fired them. But that's not what you told us before. You said you verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? Oh. That was just this morning. I'm still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, he would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Valiant Grammary. Yes, Your Honor. You are presented to this court as a decisive witness, where you've proven to be more divisive than decisive. I can't believe it was Valiant. You'll see in time. The testimony so far has been merely a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Vance entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. And his next testimony will prove. Her right, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. He said he died at 11:10 p.m. It is interesting. Wonder why. Oh no, I understand why. Wait. Also, in the last court case, from the last time I played Phoenix Wright, on Thursday, we learned that Vera forged a piece of fake evidence. And I'm pretty sure this is the page from the notebook. So at some point, I'm gonna have to present this piece of fake evidence. Make me wait a little longer, at least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thee thanks. Farewell. 10 swift minutes. You're establishing about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi is easy to explain in this situation, Her Judge. For example, take our debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. Their debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff. Hey, making music, it's okay. 2 minutes. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus. Requires admirable focus. And in the time of death, discerned by the doctor there, is an inconvertible truth. Very well, the prosecutor warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations. Lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on. Right. Okay, so at what point do I present the fake evidence? Who shot what? I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. Are you sure about that? 11:20 p.m. Can you prove that that's when you arrived? There should be like hospital timetable records, right? whenever you visit a room, don't you have to like sign in or something? Alas, such a feat may be beyond even the great Valent, for there was no one in that room but Magnifi, and he was departed after a fashion. I have the defendant Zach Grammy's sworn deposition. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. Snuck? He snuck in. It was 10 minutes before I left the room, and the victim was still alive. The time indicated by this letter to Zach was 11:05 p.m. Exactly, which means the witness could not have entered that room before 11:15 p.m. because his partner was still in the middle of his crime. I see someone did their arithmetic homework. You see, the defendant himself has corroborated the witness's testimony. Does that all make sense? This is the point where I have to present it, I think. There's a contradiction. The only problem I see here is the glaring contradiction in that testimony. Was that a question? I guess it was. You have been warned, her writes. Baseless remarks will be penalized. Well put, Prosecutor Gavin. Oh, and Mr. Wright, here's my answer to your question. What? Okay. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. Did you actually? You walk in on a murder, and the first thing you do is shoot the clown? True, that makes no sense. The disciple does what the disciple must. My mentor's request, without reason, had caused for me a surfeit of sorrow. For what would I, Valent, be without him? May the soul of Magnifi the Great find greater peace above. This I muttered to myself as I pulled that lonely trigger. In any case, I believe this is nothing more than we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Your Attorney. May I remind you that basic remarks will earn penalties. Proceed with that in mind. Yes, Your Honor. What a pain this is turning out to be. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. Hold it! Did the doctor say anything concerning the cause of death? Why, yes. I believe he screamed, "My God, he's been shot in the head." Doesn't take the doctor to notice that. I probably would have been screamed the same thing. And I would have penned the requiem that arose in my soul at that horrid sight. Whatever happened to good old-fashioned investigation? In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, urged Attorney. May I remind you that baseless remarks will earn penalties. Proceed with that in mind. Yes, Your Honor. What a pain. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. I don't think I'm stepping out of a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually get an estimated time of death, true, but I'm not sure I've heard of the verified time of death. Magic revels in the making of complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taking. They're quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Huh? What about the IV? Recall what we heard earlier about the victim Magnifi Grammary schedule. Every night at 11, Magnifi took an IV drip for 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right under there, yes. Now look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end. Ah, the needle's been removed. Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot. That would seem to be the case. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Ah, you could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining, in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. 10 minutes had passed since the IV began. And so it was, when I, Valent, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Did that seem important? Very important, yeah. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. You say math. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. Hold it. Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When first I entered the room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the remark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then, left his arm did I spy, a rose, drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shots. Luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed. Even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it is always without fail brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valent won their first Magician's Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians, I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was. Oh man, this is one trip down a memory lane that no one needs. My lucky color, yes indeed, and that IV too. I'd say I think I was twas hued especially for me, Valent. That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Valent sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? Lucky color. I wonder why that's so important. I wonder why. There's a contradiction. It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck. But not this time. Mr. Valent, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Well-based? It is clearly based. Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here. Say base one more time. Say base one more time. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that it contradicts what Mr. Valent has told us? Malignant tumor in the liver has been progressed to the final stage with no hope. Recurring patient has 3 months to live. Patient has chronic diabetes, requires regular insulin. Lucky color. I wonder if I can investigate this. Again. I always hated getting shots. Me too. I have a story, honestly. I guess McNeefy was giving himself the insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Wait. If McNeefy used this to inject his insulin, why are there no traces of it being used? Something to keep in mind. What is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valiant has told us? What did he say? He said, "My lucky color, yes, indeed, and that IV too. I say I think 'twas you, especially for me, Valiant." Wait. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? What could it be? Let me look at this sign of the crime. Let me just present this. It's not that. Wait, what is it? The photo of the crime scene? All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Urgent Right, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Oh, it is a photo. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony? What is it? Let me go back to what he said. See here? Yes, that very one held by the Association of Magicians. I was adorned in this attire then too. And our trophy, a bust. Already that was. My lucky color, yes indeed, and that ivy too. I say I think 'twas hued especially for me, Valiant. His lucky color is yellow, or purple. And it says that ivy too was hued especially for me. That ivy is green. Valiant Grammary, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kinda takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the scene of the crime. What's this? Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy? Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valiant. Look at the IV bag. Ah! What's this? What foul magic? Why did he say the bag was yellow? It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow, and I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Alaka, no! Look at all the bunnies. I'm honest. I wonder why this color is relevant.
Objection!
This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Your witness's mistake. Oh, give me 1 second. I think I got a call. Be right back. Okay, we're back. See here. Dun dun. Okay. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Yeah, I'm back. Valid Grammary, as you remind us several times. Your lucky color is yellow. The ivy is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing.
Objection!
I don't know what that means. And to think, you almost had me. I honestly don't know what the contradiction means. Is he like colorblind? Sure. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Saying something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. But it sounds irrelevant. Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witnesses has made no mistakes. I agree at a glance, the ivy liquid does appear a sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? It's blue. The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? It looks like I want to say a light blue? Precisely. Figured it out yet. Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green? This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color. Ah, I see what they mean. Is that how it works? The color's fused? Wait, how? I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it, but is it? That doesn't make any sense. As I thought, there's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? He's so rookie. You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave for you, that is. Grave. The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know that the IV liquid was actually yellow? Alakazam! I wonder what's up with him. What are those bunny rabbits doing? Order, order, order! Mr. Wright, you explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something. But what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valid Grammary, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because he knew the IV liquid's color, he had seen it before, it looked yellow. He had seen it before. He had seen it before? From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear colorless bag. I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what this all means. Ask yourself, why would he know, if he didn't work at the hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bone fans, yeah?
Objection!
Teeny bopper? What kind of word is that? teeny bopper fans. I've never heard of that word. The IV liquid is only for evidence, proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass, with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin? Oh! The whole thing about the timing is held together because of the bag. If we change the bag, then we change the timing. I see. I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, the IV liquid enters the patient's body, at which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Huh? Wait, where's he going with this? Going back in? Let me get this right, our judge. Right? You're saying the witness watered the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. No, wait, I said wait. How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task? I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? He is a magician. Quite dexterous they are. He has a point, amateurs. I at least would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added the liquid to that IV bag to throw off the time of the death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth? Valiant Gramarye, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid into the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was the small syringe. It has to be this. The victim's syringe. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use. You just gotta say to that, Gavin, huh? Look at you scrambling and running. So sad, so bad for you to be this first court case against the ace attorney. Damn, talk about going into the fire. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it. And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside, but it was clean. Well, Valiant Gramarye, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock, one that you can manipulate at will. He's done for. Alakazam! Look at the cute rabbits. I just love whenever he does that. It's him. Man, I can't... You know, I knew freaking Valiant Gramarye was a criminal. I didn't know he also stooped to murder. I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much. Yeah, is that? Got a phone, pen, rock. Phone, pen, rock? Phone, pen, rock? Phone, pen, rock. I'm afraid that, while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in the bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I'm gonna do a little much-needed investigation work. I see there are no objections. Huh? Who is it? Gavin. Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so as effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you, in a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid, but there is no proof. Of course knows he wiped off the proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting it? Nor was this evident witness quite as decisive as I hoped. This I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Prove her, Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. Oh, there's the diary. What's this? This is the victim Magnifique Gramarie's diary. Diary? After going into the hospital, Magnifique began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of his meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end quite appropriately with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it's not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? Tonight's IV is in, maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. The journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Wait, what's the best part? This does appear to have been written just before his death. All that is left to write down the pen. The court accepts this into evidence. Read the very last part with a particular care. This journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his. Wait. I wonder. I just had a thought. Let me read that one more time. Let me read the instructions again. Do you mind just lowering my life's curtain? Oh. My life's curtain. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor after all. But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifique Gramarie intended to write again. That is, if Zach Gramarie didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnifique's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Gramarie. Alright. Order. Prosecutor Gavin. Are you certain that Magnifique Gramarie wrote this? There is no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifique did intend to continue his diary. Yet, if his diary ended here, which plainly it did, then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Gramarie. Well, how do you like me now, her writes? Ah, so this is the part where the fake evidence comes in. Still too green for your taste, He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he overlooked such an obvious problem with his previous evidence. His precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, the defense's testimony we heard was lacking. But put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's fake evidence. I'm left with no choice but show my own evidence. What? You have some sort of evidence that overturns this diary? It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Very well. Please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. Incidentally, don't ever think of showing us this diary. I've just shown to the court. Now that we come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves that the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. The decisive evidence proving that this diary didn't end with this page is... Oh no, the fake piece of evidence. Alright, time to kiss your lawyer skills goodbye. First, take a look at this diary. Page is torn. Note that a page has been clearly ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. Your eyes aren't working, Judge. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. I don't believe it. Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifique Grammary. That's the defense's position. Wait, let me see that. What in Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary. Yep. But it's fake evidence. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifique's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what this all means to her attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Grammary left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valen Grammary. No, it can't be me. The handwriting, too, matches that on the other pages. This is without a doubt the genuine article. Order. But wait, that's impossible. That old man couldn't have written that.
Objection!
What is it? Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, her right? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Her Judge? Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Might I request that we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. But, Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner. Then, though this is highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom. I had a bad feeling about this just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Who's this dude? It's the dude. Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best be contain the information to this room.
Very well. And you are the witness, I gather.
Ah, yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name's Drew Misham. I'm a painter.
A painter? And you are somehow related to this case?
Yeah, the art man who got killed. I'm surprised he appeared 7 years later. No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah. I know it well. How is that possible? Have you seen his diary page somewhere before? Oh yeah, I mean, I made it. You... What? You made it? Yes, you might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gramery.
Illegal evidence?
I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Misham, has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries?
Well, so we are to understand that this page here is
a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney. Objection? I was given the page. Hold it. I didn't prepare this evidence. Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Mr. Phoenix, right?
Witness? Or Mr. Misham, was it?
Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? Is he gonna lie? That, I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make items they want, and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them. Objection? But... there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. He just says so. Huh? To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. His face like... You just used fake evidence. He's just like Mr. Edgeworth now.
Mr. Wright, you had just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court.
Uh-oh. It was careless of me. That's all I can say. Oh, old boy. Here. I wonder who gave Trucy the fake evidence. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. Oh no, Trucy. Oh, the irony. They gave her fake pieces of evidence that got her dad arrested. Oh, it's so sad. It was all a trap. A fatal trap.
Mr. Wright.
Yes?
Do you have an explanation for yourself?
If I did, would the court like to hear it?
Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court, a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Fatal too, perhaps. For your clients, I fear. Hey, give me a second chance. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one. No. Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime. But you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual.
I am sorry, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor, another close call, I dare say. If the prosecution's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. Oh no. I see no further discussion on this matter. Special witnesses dismissed. Mr. Attorney? Yes? Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright. I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. I know, right? So tragic. He's going to jail because Trucy gave Phoenix Wright fake evidence. Oh no. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict this way, this trial is over. Sorry. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. What does he mean by that? Whew. You back? 20 gifts. The frames are back. You know, I'm surprised. It didn't happen at all in the Pokemon stream. Like, when I was streaming Pokemon yesterday, there was no problem. Maybe it's timing? Anyway, Mr. Enigmar just left. He fled the scene. The defendant escaped. Find him quickly. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. That day in the courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigmar, also known as Zack Gramarye, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again. Not since that day. This is the Gramarye miracle. Huh? Hello, Teddy Darkbear. You're welcome for the follow, and from one VTuber to another, here to show support. Yes, thank you. Man, I'm so interested in kick VTubers. It's such a microcosm, because it's so easy to like see them streaming. You get to see familiar faces over and over. Right now we're playing Ace Attorney. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant does not exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zack Gramarye vanished, along with him, but all eternity. Oh, you also subscribed to the YouTube. Thank you. But mysteries that remained behind were all solved. However, but not until 7 years later. What was that about now? Oh, thank you. I'll check out you too. Okay, we're actually getting to the finale. So close. I think I'll just go overtime and just finish it all in one go. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnifi's Grammary's disciple pulled that trigger? It was Valent. Where did the vanishing defendant, Zach Grammarly, go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? The piece of evidence she gave to Ace got her own dad arrested. Oh, also on Twitch as well. All around. And my side wasn't because of my autophobia, fear of feeling and being left out or ignored, alone and abandoned. It would be another thing and still be live, but whatever. I understand. Wait, what's this? Bro didn't pay the lawyer? Phoenix never gets paid. Money just slips through his fingers like sand. If he ever gets money, people ask him to like, yo, Phoenix, right, can you pay for dinner? He's like, why does everyone want to take my money? And what is all this? The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. Huh? What's all this? But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. Huh? Things are getting wild. Hey, it's Ace. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended, half finished, when the defendant vanished. What became of after that? As your investigation proceeds, that answer will soon be clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. He still has it. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Use L and R to jump between the past and present. But let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. So this is 7 years ago. Okay, let's go here. The detention center. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this probably. And besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association's review of board decisions, it's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. 7 years ago at the detention center. Visitor's room. Is he behind bars? What strange sight doth mine's eye behold? Excuse me? 2 men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet, these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano in a cold little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnific Grammary for one? Who pulled that trigger? Valent or his partner Zach? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. The fateful trial. I had to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear, and he never even touched it. He's alright, he can joke. Glory's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet his very disappearance itself is a revelation. Revealing what? Zach Gramarye killed Magnifi. It is as good as a signed confession. That's certainly been public's opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage, and the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away? As long as the audience waits with bated breath, there will be Valiant, and also, yes, now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifi's repertoire is mine. Valiant Gramarye has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good, to me, further no. And you can't pay for the kind publicity. Blackmail? The suspicion on you hasn't been entirely lifted, Valiant. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnifi's instructions as your partner. Oh, you are the Kritim. I'm not gonna ask a question. Welcome. We're getting very close to the end. Right now it's like a flashback into how this dude escaped. I'm pretty sure this dude, Valiant Gramarye, killed his mentor. No, I'm not a bot. We appreciate nature here. Alright, dude. Pretty good. How are you? So I was, but only Zach Gramarye followed them. Just fine, just woke up? Oh, it's morning. That's alright. I plan on doing a long streamer, more than... I would usually finish at 11 PM. But I'm gonna do overtime to finish this in-game all in one session. Let's go. Oh, not really morning, just waking up, I assumed. Let us not speak any more of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else actually. 12 PM? What might that be? I want to know what Magnifi had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? The trick up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. This is the part where the Magatama comes in. I didn't think it would be that easy. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the sunspot. My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. If it can show me the locks of people's hearts, and if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it all. Okay, I actually forget how to use Magatama. Alright, here we go. This was introduced in the second game of the series. The trick up his sleeve. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of the dramatic moves and dramatic finales. And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess, it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. I wonder if there's anything else I can read. Diary. Nope, wait. I was in, unlock depends on the head, and was left to lay down his pen. Rip that page. Now I see that everything has been set up. Also, I would present forged evidence to the court. Okay. I'm assuming it's maybe this. The second letter. Ah, And this is your idea of danger? You don't agree, Mr. Valent? If you want my opinion, I would say there's something far, far more dangerous. And that is you. It's a little early for me to be making mistakes. Think deadly, and what's more deadly than a fatal accident? That could be the source of all Grammary's problems. Let's make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. I don't know, with a gun? Ah. Why, that's one of ours. Specifically designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot. What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valent. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zack and Valent's quick draw shoot 'em. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shoot 'em cancelled because someone might get hurt? Of course. What other reason could there be? Well, it could have been a cancel because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating. My falchion forging friend. But tell me, how can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot? Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks with it with me. A life was sacrificed so that the show might go on. And this shows who it was. The only piece of evidence is the dude. A word, if I may. Yes. Did it excite you to know you stand at a critical moment in your quest? Yeah, it does, sort of. Then you'd never make it on stage. You're not fit out to be a magician. Give it up. Huh? If I actually been considering that as a career option, I'm sure you'll find something else to be I'm sure you'll find something else to while away the time. Like figuring out who hit that bullet. A life was sacrificed so that show might go on, and this shows who it was. I can't present faces. So wait, who do I present? Maybe it's in the diary. Irrelevant, irrelevant. Irrelevant, irrelevant, irrelevant. The diary? Nope, it's not the diary. Ow. Handwriting. Notebook. Memories chart. Let me take a look at this. I wonder, just what exactly... A life was sacrificed so that the show might go on, and that shows who it was. Do I just provide the autopsy report? It's not the autopsy report. Zack, I can't present the evidence right now. Huh? End inquiry. The thing is that I can't present Zack as evidence. I wonder how. End inquiry. Maybe if I go somewhere else, I can learn a bit more. If I jump back and forth. 7 years ago, this district court defendant lobby number 2. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. Ah, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this. And he just dips. He got away. Mr. Nigmar! The defendant has escaped. Find him, quick. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. He just leaves. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge, but now, like an amputated limb, I still get feeling and itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir. Oh, it's this dude. Down on the hands, floor, on your head, now, now, now. What should I give this dude? What voice should I give him? What's the big deal? My ears! No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in here. Maybe a bit more high voice. But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Zoink! What is he, Shaggy or something? Yes, a Shaggy. Can I do a Shaggy impression? Like, geez, Scoob! Oh no, it's gonna be bad. Brace your ears. It's just like I say. I can't do a... How do I do a Shaggy impression? Like Zoink, Scoob? I just say it's like it is, sir. And it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Tell me to stop if it sounds... Not gonna lie, it sounds like you have something stuck in your throat. Tell me to stop if it gets annoying. We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago? No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always working in the present. Progressive tense, sir. There is no past. There is only now, sir. Okay, okay. You're the bailiff, right? It just sounds funny. Yes, sir. Court Bailiff Mike Meekins. At your service, sir. I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir. But you were a regular police officer, right? Meekins. Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of security at the time of vanishing? I'm dying over here. Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. This guy is so sad. In the very first court case he appeared, in the first game, I think he got stabbed. I think he actually got an injury. I think he was like blindsided by the criminal in that court case. Guess I wasn't the only victim. Oh, jeez. Hey, Meekins. No friends, no girl, and most importantly, no wallet. Yep, indeed. No maidens. Poor life. He got demoted too. He's not a police officer anymore. Last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this. But last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one at a lowly bailiff. Someone get him a woman? He needs everything, really. But your uniform. I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal. It's like, you can't dress as a cop, technically. Like, even on Halloween, it's kind of a crime, I think? So you were the one who let the magician get away that day. I'm dying over here. A rising star amongst the court bailiffs, full of hope, then tragedy strikes.
Is there anything you can tell me about it? It is kind of a crime. About Zach Grammary's disappearance?
Oh, the humanity!
That's enough of that. No more microphone. The magician's disappearance. He dropped the ball.
Why, yes. I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard the commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open, slam! Some guy's face is right there in front of me, face!
So, you saw someone's suspicion coming your way.
Yes, and I, being the bailiff a little standing, gave chase. I chased that still cat all the way down to the hall, sir.
I have a diagram of the court building here.
Aha! There's the courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself. Nary a friend to call my own.
He's working by himself too. He has no work friends either. Okay. And which did Zach Gramry run after bursting through the courtroom door?
He went up, like this, and around the corner, like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him, with no delay. When I turned to the corner, I saw the magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remembered it like it was right there, because it was. Lobby 2, sir.
You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here.
Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, take the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke.
He looks like the guy was from an anime. He does a little, especially with that long neck.
Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone.
That's impossible.
Yes, that's the word. Oh, how many times have I said that word?
It's that one guy in an anime. Which guy? Which, like an archetype or a specific guy?
Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying over here.
Okay, I won't say it again, promise. But you have to admit it, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. The irrelevant side character that for some reason is damn funny. Oh yeah, this guy's a goof. Did you search the lobby?
I searched.
Why the pause?
There's nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir.
How can you talk so loud and still be hiding something? Vanishing trick. How do you do it? So Zach was in this room when he vanished.
Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. The red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room.
Silk hat, cape. That's Zach, all right.
But sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do. Nothing, sir.
What about now? Have any ideas?
Sir, ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
The guy does crime, just the act of him, but I don't know the name. Guy who does crime and just act like him. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? Another one of the Magatamas. Oh, but this one's smaller. Cyclops, I should have known. Oh wait.
You right in here, sir.
Here we go. Cyclops. Boom. Let's see if I can break this one. The disappearing trick. Okay, Mr. Meekins. Oh, I only have one life. What the hell? What do you know? Spit it out.
Hey, what's wrong with the atmosphere? What's with the atmosphere here all of a sudden?
You know something, and I'm going to find out what.
Zach Gremery vanished from this room. How'd he do it?
How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say sir.
Why are you so nervous you aren't hiding something?
Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and...
Are you sleeping?
Listen, it was impossible. What could such a little girl possibly do anyway?
What did you just say?
Yerk, sir, did I just say something, sir?
No? You screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was something else in that room. Someone else in that room, wasn't there? You're talking about little Trucy.
Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in the state of not talking.
Just say plead the fifth. It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in this room that day. Little Trucy Enigmar.
Sir, I never seen that girl until just the other day.
Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it.
Sir! Sir, that day, she was here, in the room, sir. But he wasn't.
You mean, you chased her into this room? You chased her into this room, not him?
Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two.
Wait. In my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Is he saying he was only a police officer for a few days in that court case? Was he? I'm trying to remember. Wait, was he a security guard or was he a police officer? Just a few days on the job. Oof. This dude, he's so unfortunate. He's so unlucky. Even more unlucky than Wright. Man, he was just an officer.
Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot tall magician.
7 feet? Zach isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Gremery. So he wasn't you, he was a greenhorn. But you saw something. And therein lies the trick. I think we know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? Huh? Wait, I have to present the trick? But I don't have evidence. Like, what evidence do I have? I don't have any evidence to present. Fires 1 bullet. Like, what do I present? Bump, 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 bump. Yeah. Let me see. Just to make sure if it's not in this, I'll press story mode just to make sure. Story. Yeah, it's making me back out. It's the same thing for this first one as well. I don't have the evidence. I wonder where do I get the evidence from? 7 years ago, Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
Ah, I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
I'm fine, as always. This old boy here is going to help me after all.
That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
Ignamor must be 7 feet tall, that guy right there. You know, when he said something Meekins said about being 7 feet tall and seeing a girl walk around, I think they did that little, what's that little person in an overcoat trick? Maybe? But I need proof. 2 weeks had passed since then. I called her into my office. Oh, her dad just got arrested. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. I don't know, man. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. I, did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you want to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you like. I could look up some places you might like to stay. This is so weird. Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you. Huh? Really? So if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family? Aww. Huh, I guess so. It's getting weirder. Mr. Attorney? Or actually, why don't you just call me Nick? That's right, that's his first name, his real name, Nick. Or you can call me Daddy if you like. It doesn't have to be today or anything. Okay, say Daddy. That was quick. Wait, was it? If I moved here, I have to switch schools, right? I was thinking, I haven't paid for my lunches at my last school for a year. So thanks, Daddy. Is Log gonna have to pay more money again? Oh, but he doesn't have a job anymore. How is he gonna keep up this business? Where's he gonna get the income? Oh, and this office, it's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know. Oh, and Daddy, you've got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this. Don't make her go work for this. She's supposed to go to school. Chusi, how old are you? Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. No, you go to school. Stick with me and you'll just do just fine, Daddy. He went to go get milk. He had to go get milk or else he was going to jail. He's going on a really... It's been 7 years. It took 7 years for him to go get milk. Okay. Tell me about how your dad escaped. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy? Or, Zach Grammary? Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy. Which daddy was that again? 8 years? Oh, 8 years. Was it 8 years? The time skip is like 7 years. Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of true Grammary. And they're big! The Grammaries, they were on a television a lot. I haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it. Big matches happens when you put Zack and Valley Grammary together, you know? Once, they made a giant waterfall right there on the stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall. Let me guess. There was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top. I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic. Ugh, I shouldn't have brought it up so soon. I wonder what happened to me, with Daddy and Mommy both gone. Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother. But I have my magic, and a great daddy, even if he's unemployed. A little jab. Get a job, right? You know, I think things are gonna be okay. I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. I think this is the piece of evidence I need. Could you tell me, getting called out by an 8-year-old girl? Yeah, she's got a pretty sharp tongue. Can you tell me about your mommy, if it's okay? Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage. On stage? You mean with your daddy? Yep. She was always there with Valent and Zach, smiling. But then, she went away. Went away? It was a grand illusion. But she made a mistake. She vanished. And I guess she didn't know how to get back. Maybe so. I cried then a lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here. Oh, this is the locket. Wait a minute. I just remembered something. I remember! In the very first court case? The one with the playing cards. The guy who was Zach Grammary? No, where is it? Yeah, Zach Grammary. He looks just like the victim in the first court case. In other words, he's already dead. because he was shot by Gavin's brother in the very first court case. That's right, I thought he looked familiar. And that also explains why they were meeting in secret. My brain is not braining? Yeah, because you have to go back to the very beginning of the game. In the very first tutorial court case, Apollo had to defend Phoenix Wright, who was accused of murdering a traveling gambler. But this traveling gambler looks exactly like Chusey's dad. And at the end of that court case, it was revealed that it was Gavin's brother who killed him. But we don't know who that gambler was exactly and why he was there in the first place. And this lock was really important because the guy who died, that's Chusey's mom, I'm guessing. I'm guessing Chusey's dad had that locket, and then Phoenix Wright took it. I guess maybe to keep it safe. Her name is Thalassa. Thalassa Grammary. Or is it Talassa? Thalassa Grammary. Poor girl. I didn't know her mommy had gone missing. And now her daddy's vanished, too, right before her eyes. Hey, Daddy? You won't. Don't worry, I won't vanish. I promise. You know, I'm surprised Chusey didn't recognize him. Like, the gambler dude. He looks just like him. Right. You can even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan. I guess all I rate as is a backup plan. Okay, this is the piece of evidence I need to show Valiant Grammary. So Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right? You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. Kids say the darndest things. It's actually kind of hard for me, for Daddy. Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that. Actually, that's pretty accurate. So, here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way. Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Come on, you have to learn a lot of things about law. You could do other things. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people. What do you mean by that? Wait, see... I can't remember. Did Phoenix cheat in the bar exam? I think there was like a little piece of thing that said everyone cheated. Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead. You mean like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but that doesn't that require talent? You got me, don't ya? I'm a professional. A professional? Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Grammary. Directly descended? He's your father. Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright too. I think an 8-year-old just managed to massage my ego. Is that kitten? No, kitten. Oh, it's a Kit Kat in a box. Okay, that's everything. Oh, the professional. So, Chusey, you're a professional? Yes, it's like the thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs? They say that? I always thought it was funny, though. What was? Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid. Right, so in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Chusey? That's right. Well, want to see a trick? You're going to do a magic trick? Sure, go ahead. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all. That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da! It's Mr. Hat. Hey, folks, it's me, Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen. Yeah! The hell is that giant wooden puppet? Oh, wait, let me show something. Wait, yes? Hey, look, we're the same. We're made of wood. Okay. Whoa. That was startling. The amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great? Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service. Woody twins. Mm-hmm. He certainly makes an impression. Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy. Though my routines do get a bit heady at times. Ah, get it? Eddie? My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. This is evidence? Shusie's favorite trick, startlingly realistic. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that. It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow. What? But are we representing anyone? Me and you? That makes two, Daddy. I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent. Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at. Well, when you put it that way, you mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. Yeah, Phoenix, get a hobby. Does he have any hobbies? He'd probably say something like, I just eat tasty things. And bicycling. I don't think Phoenix Wright has a hobby. Come on. I think maybe he reads? Those are my best guesses. Just eating tasty food, going on bike rides, and reading. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pockets. Okay, I'll think of something. That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy. Mr. Hat. Welcome to the team, Daddy-O. The team, right. Okay, this section is done. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost in those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling, Trucy, she was my light. Okay, Phoenix, go get married to Maya and get a new child. I wonder where they're gonna get married. Where's Maya anyway? Going training. Okay, Drew's studio. How about here? They're gonna get married someday. Once Maya comes back. This is the murder scene of 7 years ago. I figured you'd come here sooner or later. I gotta give him an accent. I decided on sooner, Drew Misham. Was it? I haven't done anything illegal. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right. Maybe give like a slight Italian accent? Kind of like Papa Geppetto. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit it. It made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. True. Every court case he gets seems hopeless and impossible, but he always turns it around. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer any way I can. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. Vera must be somewhere in the room. Oh, there she is. It's little Vera. Ah, this is my daughter. Vera, say hello. She said nothing. She's gone. Shall we begin then? Yes. Tell me everything you know. Judging from this place, you're a painter? Not sadly, a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by where it's only me. FBI? Huh? Eh? Yeah, they would be after him, because he makes forgeries and stuff like that. Your daughter? Her mother grew wary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work outside of painting. Oh yes, another interesting piece of this court case is directly after he finished forging evidence, someone tried to kill him. And it was Vera who intercepted the piece of evidence that would have killed him in this present time. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. Yeah, that would be really bad on your conscience. The piece of evidence used was for a murder trial. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I have to remind him. Present the piece of fake evidence. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy, but that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then let's talk. Magnifi's diary. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I had attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. That is not what I meant. In all of my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. Drew looks, maybe like a artsy Einstein? Like he hasn't showered in a while. Yep. I mean, if he had showered, he wouldn't have paint on his face and hair. This wasn't a copy? The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as a reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote? Yes, as I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd have wanted to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, Oh. Time to investigate. A psychlock, of course. It seems you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Okay, let's see if I can get through with this. How far can I take this? You're hiding something. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Misham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client. True, when I asked the client's name, there were no cyclocks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Adam, why are you doing this to me? Well, I made my stand. No backing down now. So, what's Mr. Misham hiding? I know what it is. That pose. He's got his hair in his painty head. Oh, that's how he gets painted on his hair. The reason he's suspicious and hiding something is that he's not the forger, it's Vera. I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you said. What is it then? You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any cyclocks. Cyclocks? Is that some sort of asylum security? Or a new hairstyle, perhaps? But then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, Not personally. Those words triggered the psych locks. Again with those psycho locks. Now I really must know what they are. So you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence. I'm surprised he was able to figure this out. He just assumes that it's somebody else. Perhaps I'm hung up on this locked business. But I'm afraid you lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about Cyclops. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is... The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham. Poppycock. Oh, maybe it's English. I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could have it been but me? That's the real question, wasn't it? If the forger wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew Studio is... Oh, this guy is so suspicious. Incarcerated in the Central Penitentiary for the murder of Shady Smith. Shady Smith. Oh, yeah, they actually literally just tell his name. For the murder of Shady Smith. Zach Gremory's real name is Shady... Wait, what was his last name? I forget his last name, but it's Shady. It's literally him. He killed him. Damn. Anyway, then we have Talisa Gremory, Tracy's mother, missing after a sudden disappearance. Vera Misham, arrested on suspicion of poisoning her father, Drew Misham, currently on trial. In the future. The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it? Ridiculous! My daughter, only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism. Nice comeback, but you're shaking your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to this studio are you and your daughter. The Cyclops tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility. I feel very much on the verge of going psycho-lock myself. I can dial it back a bit. Myself. Oh, that's right, I get HP back. Cool. Magnifi's diary. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12, a genius you might call her. A precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio as she watches me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I brought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now. Ah, do I detect a little bit of fatherly pride? So Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once. Here, to this studio. Oh. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? But their faces was covered, and they did not want to talk to me. So they talked to your daughter. I will speak only with the artist, the client told me. Then that little girl is the key to our mystery, the client's true identity. And that's why, right before Vera passed out in the previous court case, in the future, that's why she was staring at Gavin. Because it must have been Gavin's brother. Your daughter? Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Talk to Vera, might as well. Mr. Misham, I have a request. Let me guess. You like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy. Extremely so, actually. With only one exception. Which was... Oddly enough, it was that client. Huh? I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. For real? Vera? Laughing? It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak with her. Alright. Vera, you were laughing when you were talking to Gavin? Uh-oh. This could be tough. She was laughing. Why was she laughing? What if I present something funny? I can also examine it. I wonder why I can examine it. Wait, there's a painting there. I can't quite make it out though. Oh wait, this is Ace's office. I don't think it's relevant. Chillin' spree. Hey, what's going on? Oh, I like that little doggy dance. So cute. How are you going? Right now we're in the middle of the, I guess this is like the second to last act before we complete the game. Oh my god, you look like me. Really? Wait, what do you mean? You kinda look like me. Are you also a tree VTuber? I'm assuming you're a VTuber. Okay, what was I presenting? Okay, Vera. Vera, was it? I would like to have a friendly chat. I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say Do Re Mi. Can't find them anywhere. Oh, you're also a tree. Gotta ask, what kind of tree? I'm a willow tree. That's why I'm a salix, because salix is the taxonomical name for well, no matter what plant. Based. Salix is the taxonomical name for willow. But a marijuana plant? Do you celebrate 420? April 20th? Okay, back to this. Can't find him anywhere. I'm not good at this. I need something to get through to this little girl. The forgeries. Vera, was it? I would like to have a friendly chat. I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm not getting anywhere. What can I present? 2 trees. Wait, is marijuana a tree? It's more like a plant. What if I present Mr. Hat? Maybe this will get her excited? Here, what do you think about this? I think I just made her nervous. I need something to grab her attention. But what? Oh wait, that's right. Oh, that's right. That's right. She's a fan of the magic show. She would recognize this gun. What do you think about this? Guess not. Damn. The locket? No. The diary? No. I don't think I have anything. Oh, the piece of evidence. No? I have nothing left. A syringe? I have nothing right now. What if I examine the place? Oh, there's the red envelope. This is the red envelope that holds the poison sticker. Maybe I'll just slide over here for a closer look. There it is. The poisoned envelope. What's this red envelope? Ah, don't touch that. That's it's quite important. The painter's face just changed hues. Guess I better behave, though it's tempting to just grab it. I wonder what was actually here before that stamp. That's an awfully small frame. What's that inside it, a stamp? Ah, please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see? She always puts it somewhere she can see it. Ah. So that was the stamp. This stamp is poisonous. The sender was expecting him to lick it and poison himself. But Vera, being the nice girl that she is, kept it, because she likes magic. That's Zack and Valent, the Grammarys, isn't it? The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year, when the Grammarys were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth. And then we have this nail polish gun. Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV, until the end. I see. That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it. Ah, here's the piece of evidence I need to get her to talk. Picture. This is you and Vera? Yes, yes. We took that one quite recently. I know. I'm a painter. I know I'm a painter. Why not paint a portrait instead? I've never been that good at people, unfortunately. Ah. Ah, right. Shouldn't you practice? You can draw people if you hard. You try? That's a pretty bottle. Ah, don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble, huh? You'll also get in trouble for this? It belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere where she can see it. She looks at it often. Oh, Ro Bunny! Hey, what's going on? Thanks for the raid for the other day. Nail polish, I'm guessing. I wonder if this nail polish is of any significance. Hi, and of course, thank you. Right now, we're in the middle of an investigation. Okay, Vera. Want to take a look at your favorite stamp? Me, I'm doing pretty good. I think I plan on finishing this game today. Might go over... Oh yeah, I'm definitely going over time. That's fine. And there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so this stamp. How can I keep her talking? Can I have it? No, she's gonna be mad at that. Love the frame? That's not important. Great magicians, aren't they? Isn't Troop Grammary amazing? Yes? Oh! I especially like those two, Zach and Valent. I mean, they're, just so magical. Aren't they? Aren't they? Oh, she's just getting excited. Look at her face. She's actually brightened up. Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic! You know? Did she buy it? Me too! Me too! I love them, they're so cool! It's like magic, yeah! Alright, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start. I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Grammary Museum of Magic. The Grammary Museum? They have one of those? I'm guessing it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of those shows? Just once, when I was little with Father. And the Grammary is on stage. It was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all. Yeah, maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zack and Valent maybe? Oh, sure. Alright, better get asking before she changes her mind. She looks just like Marianne from Fire Emblem. Okay, Troop Grammary stamp. They're the best in the world! Huh? Oh, you mean Troop Grammary? Of course. Father gave it to me. Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it. I guess I just took it, yeah. The poison stamp. Took it? Father got a letter from that person. There it is. Who is that person? That person? You mean the letter that was from the client? Who wanted forged evidence? Oh, we talked about the Grammarys forever that day. That's why she was so talkative. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want you to just send it back, so I took it. Phew. Good job. You saved your father from being poisoned by a stamp. They're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on her good side. The stamp. Sent from the real client. So who's the client? Forgeries. So your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things? I really like painting a lot. Is that rocks? Yes. Clavier has a brother. And his brother is a murderer. Is he on here? There he is. Christoph. Age 25. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same. So you did this too? Oh yes, that was my first job. Your first? All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips, and the way the writer held the pen, and the pressure on the nib. I had to use microscopic and analyze it on the computer. Whoa. She seems happy. Odd. Her work was the last nail in the Gramarye coffin. I guess no one told her. More about yourself. I don't go outside very much. I like to paint in here. Why don't you like the outside? There's bad people out there. She's right about that. Well, true, but there's lots of good people too. Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once. Kidnapped? Since then, she's been... well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Gramarye Museum. With you, in fact. Ah, yes. Actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me. That person gave me a good luck charm. A good luck charm? And who's that person? When I absolutely had to go outside. Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was. A gift from the client. Father, I told you to keep that a secret. From that client, huh? This I have to hear about. Who is it? So, you met the person that asked you to do this job. And you talked with them? What's this about a good luck charm you received? I can't talk about it. Eh? If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Trying to keep her mouth shut, huh? Yeah, but I really have to know. Oh, another psych lock. 2 only, though. Right, time to do some psych unlocking. The client. You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp? No, that's not why. They listened to me, to my problem. The problem? That keeps her inside all the time? Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. They kind of just reaffirmed her hikikomori status. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm. A good luck charm that your client gave you. I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? The stamp? No, I doubt it. If this doesn't bring you good luck, I don't know what would. I see. Good luck charms are different for different people, I guess. Huh? What do you mean? If you say it's lucky, then it must work for you. That's the beautiful thing about good luck charms. See that innocent smile? Everyone has a different way of breaking the news. That's the beautiful thing about being totally wrong. Okay, I don't think I actually have the evidence. I don't have nothing. I think her good luck charm is that pad she's always using to write stuff. Let's see, maybe exam more of the room. What's this painting? What's this painting here? Ah, that one is mine. It's an illustration for a book. It's not on sale yet, but of course, I thought it might be a good business. As a father, I'd like to be able to put food on my daughter's table. Huh. Not a feeling I know anything about. At least not yet. The book, irrelevant. This is irrelevant. The door. The door doesn't have the mailbox yet. Actually, this is a different building, I think. Ah, going home by any chance? No, I was just checking out the door. Oh. Good thing I'm far too stubborn to take hints like that. Telling us to leave. This is a paint bucket. Paints are all scattered around. Probably the ones he's currently using. There's something very artistic about a messy room. Not that this is anything compared to my office. I guess that would make my office a masterpiece. Anything else here? There are some finished paintings stacked here. They don't look at all that bad, really. I'll sell you one for 50 cents. That's okay. They look kinda heavy. Oh. Oh, I feel bad for him. And he dies too. I feel so bad for them. Maybe he needs to work on his sales technique a bit. Oh, it's so sad. Vera lost her dad. It makes me sad. He seems like a nice old man. Paints and pigments are lined up on the shelves with some noticeable gaps. It's embarrassing, but I can't afford all the paints I have. I insist on buying the ones I use with my own money. But I can't see how you'd want to do that, sure. Perhaps you heard that you can make any color? As long as you have the 3 primary colors. Well, it's a lie. Poor guy. This machine. You use these gizmos for painting? They're pretty elaborate. Oh, Chinsby, what's up? Those aren't for painting. They're for analyzing. The paint composition, age, every conceivable angle. Tools of the forgery trade, I guess. Oops, that first one was wrong. Huh? Yeah. Doo-doo-doo. There's anything else? I really want to look at this, thingy. Maybe I'll just settle over for a closer look. It has to be this little paint that she's always carrying. It has to be this. That's a pretty bottle. Don't touch that, please. It Vera. Nail polish, I'm guessing. I'm pretty sure it's this. She's always carrying it around. But I can't interact with it for some reason. Unless I have it already in my inventory, I don't. I wonder why. Talk. Can't do anything else. Okay, I'll have to come back. I think I can go back here. Detention center. Okay. Blackmail. Here we go. That's so much. The trick up his sleeve. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading to the evidence of the truth, and that's what I'm gonna be fine. The way you blackmailed them so fast. No, I think he was the one getting blackmailed. I had to figure out by why he was getting blackmailed for. Considering some murder, our mentor was following the dramatic moves. Okay, yeah. It was his mentor who probably blackmailed him. Okay, let's get going. If you have danger, if you have proof of this danger, then show it. I think it was the stage pistol I showed off. Or was it... Was it this? Was it this? Ah. Oh, it's not this. Darn it. I think I was able to break one lock earlier. I can't remember. Was it the pistol? The gun? Ah, you remember. Thanks. Why, that's one of ours. Specifically designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot. What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valance. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zack and Valance quick draw shoot 'em. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shoot 'em cancelled because someone might get hurt? Of course. What other reason could there be? Well, it could have been cancelled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating, my Faustian forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It is concerned with the precision. Precisely whom do you claim were shot? I know who was. Where's the evidence? There it is, the locket. Here we go. But that's Zach Gremery's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe, was her name. Alakazar. That's two. But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial mode, huh? Thalassa was the greatest risk of being shot, and this was clearly shown. And this clearly shows just how much in danger she was in. Wait. Going to bed? Oh, thank you. You have a good night's sleep, okay? Hope you come out soon next time when the Faded Woods Bureau is open again. Oh yeah, water, stretch. I think I have my water here. I used to stream without water. Now I do. See yas. Look. This clearly shows just how much danger she was in. Unfortunately, I don't think I have that evidence. I need like a TV report that says what happened during that accident. No, I don't have the evidence. Okay. I have to leave. I wonder, can I go to the present? I can go to the present. Can I interact with these? I can't. I cannot. Okay, story mode. Lead me to the way. I have to go here. Okay, what can I present? Oh! The amazing Mr. Hat was probably the thing he saw. Okay, the vanishing trick. Let me just present Mr. Hat just in case. Any thoughts on this, Mr. Meekins? I wonder if I can still do the voice.
This is an honor, sir. Sir, I've been offered many opinions on plenty of things, even things I knew nothing about. But no one's ever asked for my opinion before.
Ow, there's no need to shout, really. So, no opinion?
None. I know nothing about that, sir.
But I thought... Oh, never mind. I wish I could have showed off this funny voice. Okay. Let's see. The disappearing trick. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out.
Hey, what's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden?
You know something, and I'm gonna find out what. Zach Gremery vanished from this room. How'd he do it?
How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say. Sir.
Why are you so nervous? You aren't hating anything? Blah, blah, blah. Let's keep going. Listen, it was impossible. What could a little girl possibly do anyway? What do you say? Nerk, sir. Blah, 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 blah. Sir, I'm not going to have to. It's okay, Mickens. You're not to accomplice. I know who was here in this room that day. Trucy? Uh-huh. That's the one. 7 feet tall? If a point, hard to find to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Gremery. But he saw something, a trick. I know what it is. Mr. Hat. He's having a stroke or something. What's that? Yes, wait, he doesn't recognize it? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She used it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar?
So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir?
Come again?
That night, on stage, I saw a vision. Except, it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat. He really exists.
Alright. We broke him. the vanishing trick.
I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zach Gramarye exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Zach Gramarye, don't even think you can escape Meekins. Down on your hands, floor on your head. Hello? Something the matter, mister? No, that is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir.
He's calling him Juicy Sir.
Zach Gramarye, do you know of him? Oh, I love Zach Gramarye. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan. I see. Well, that's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very Zach Gramarye came into this room. But no one's been here except me. But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind that painting, under the rug.
I wonder if my voice is clipping. Be sad. So Trucy was his accomplice.
Imagine my astonished surprise when 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him.
Mr. Hat?
I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had been a long dream.
A dream that lasted a week?
But it wasn't a magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat.
Sniffle, sniffle. Ah, so he was following Trucy the whole time. And Zach made a clean getaway. The trick vanishes. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zach. But that wasn't all. Another person got in the act, and she was standing in front of Lobby 2. Along with Mr. Hat.
Ah, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it?
So, while you were standing in the shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner and most likely runs through the closest door in lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather a lukewarm pursuit, and at the very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then, all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat.
Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape, Zach Gramarye's red cape fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die, or scattered remains of the mistily eaten chocolate parfait.
Such sweet sorrows. I'm gonna really have to double check the VOD later to see if my Meekin's voice is really coming out. I'm sorry, I had no much idea how much you suffered on account of all this case.
It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times. Sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me.
Actually, about that girl, I'm sort of her guardian now.
Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor.
Okay.
I let the defendant escape. That's the stone cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the greatest detective Gumshoe.
Gumshoe's not that great of a detective, bro. You got your whole role models reversed. Mr. Meekums? This is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want.
It's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I've taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free. Right, I'll see you in the court next time, sir.
I look forward to it. That's it. All eyes were on Zach Gramarye the day of the court, until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery has been revealed, but the magicians remained out of sight. Poor guy indeed. Poor guy indeed. It would be 7 years before I met him again. Ah, see, They're mentioning it. 7 years until I meet him again. Okay, is this... Can I go to the future? Are they open? Ah! I think I had to go back and forth. This is when he met the guy posing as a traveling gambler. At the very beginning of the court case. First one of the game. The present day, the Borscht Bowl Club. Christoph. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. Then I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. He said he left, but he didn't actually leave. He stuck around in order to kill the victim. Sigh. 2 hours left on my shift. I wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Ahem. Do you know who I am? There you are. You're back. Yeah, Christoph is cute. But he's a murderer. Who am I? No. But if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding. I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night of keys. I seek a true competition. I heard the Borscht Bowl Club is a place for this. Now I see this rumor is true. And this is... What are you doing here? You were here that night? Wait, you were here that night? What is this dude doing here? This is the first time I've ever noticed. What? And this is a friend of yours? Ah, don't mind me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman. He will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I'll send him home alone. This competition will be between us, no others. I didn't know Mr. Brusha was here. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists, and I'm number 2. I play piano, well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. No, he's back, yeah. This dude, I thought I saw the last of him. Don't ask how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. It didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Phoenix Wright is really good at playing poker. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Oh wait, I need to come back. Gotta do something real soon. Be right back. Gotta... Up. Okay, going back. Doo-doo-doo. Then let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes? But before we go... Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith. Oh, and I'm Brucial. Spark Brucial, news reporter. Oh, I'm... No. Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am? Have we met? Yes, it's him. I'm back. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this. And he gone. Impressive. Mr. Enigma! Step into the escape. Find me quick. By lift, close all the exits in the building, blah blah blah. Another flashback, we don't need to see this. I don't need these flashbacks. What is this, an anime? It is. It is anime. You can't be. But you're... Zach Gramarye? Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. Pity I only have an audience of one. You. Zach Gramarye. This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. No, it's a mutual, exclusive, bad life ending. You can't blame him. You there. Oh, Olga. It's Olga from the first case. Da. We will play soon. Ready the room. Da. Will be preparing the hideout for you. She's a scammer. I think she was paid off by Kristoff. Are you really him? The Zach Gramarye? Now I am Shady Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? In exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. I caused you so much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. I got her working already. Hope you don't mind. I'd be mad. Like, you have my daughter working. At a bar? Oh, she's doing magic tricks. Is she safe? If you say the wrong words, I'm gonna punch you in the face. I need hardly express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I've come. That, and I have a settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker? Those eyes, he's serious. I despise losing above all else. And so, I've decided that I shall win tonight, no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. Perhaps we shall take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. And I, you. Okay. Oh, I think this is where I get the evidence about the mom. She's 15 this year. She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know. I see. Well, I planned my disappearing act. It was the thought of her alone that gave me the pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Nah, he'll make us all disappear. Magic trick. Magic is so wonderful. Yes, and for that, I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day. Because of this. This? A transferal of rights. You see the signature? A transferal? That's Magnifique Gramarye's signature, isn't it? Oh, that's the actual ripped piece of evidence, isn't it? I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic to the recipient named Zach Gramarye. Signed, Magnifique Gramarye. And the recipient's name is you, Zach Gramarye. The will. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? First, let's take a close look at this diary. Not that page has clearly been ripped out, it's just this happens. I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Wait, let me see that. How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifi gave it to me that night. You could have told me earlier, like 7 years earlier. Actually, what were you thinking? You could have gotten scot-free if you showed me that piece of paper. Why? Once again, I must apologize. Working? Mm. What if I set it lower? Are we back? Yes. Okay, next stream I'm definitely finding out which way I can set my OBS settings so that it doesn't freeze up and can reconnect. I just learned how to. You know, this didn't really happen on my laptop. Okay. Yes, and I hear food. I was taking a little snack while I was waiting. If there's one thing I want to take away from playing Phoenix Wright games, is the voice acting. Is learning how to do a deep voice. It's like the hard part. Doing a deep, bombastic voice. Okay. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As a rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter? That is why I've risked all to come here tonight. Crucial. Sir! Here you go. It's a letter. I know that letter. It's a letter that, Valiant gave me. What's this letter? What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. Trucy's gonna have the rights. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary besides. I may not look it, but I'm a certified notary. Hey, Bruschel, you're actually kinda cool for once. Convenient. You are? By day, I wear a notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear a reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well. Your signature, please. This is the first reason I've come here tonight. Document transferring the right to perform Gramarye repertoire to daughter Trucy. That's so wonderful. It's like the best birthday present ever. I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said. Precisely. I guess I'll ask him this. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all of their possessions. Exactly. Which is why I'm here. I risk everything in my face. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up, you might say, I'm securing my daughter's inheritance. He's such a great dad. Except he left for milk. But do you really need these documents? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I'm afraid. In this case, yes, I received the performance rights from Magnifique Gramarye. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnifique died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Gramarye, and Valen Gramarye. Not Trucy. I see. So you do need this document. I have known Brucho since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Really? Huh. Now only 3 know of my rebirth. I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background and found he had no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay. I was kinda hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. Come on. What's up? We competed that day 7 years ago too. Yes. You must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. 2. 1. Oh, so this isn't the first time they played cards. Showdown time. Wait. Nah, impossible. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've been playing for a long time. And only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Huh? You chose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Trucy's power? Trucy? She's in a class of her own. For 7 years I played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club. And I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. And she sends me signals. They're cheating. Daddy, he's got a really good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon. Can you tell me what her power is? Judging by a person's thoughts, by reading their reactions, it's a staple of performance magic. Those are Trucy's lines possesses far greater skill. Her line? Recall, you were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnifique Gramarye. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Gramarye blood or something? Blood? Oh, more Cyclops. I'm sorry, but it's not much something told lightly to outsiders. And it is not something you need to know at this time. It's some kind of Gramarye secret then. Fine. Let's see if I can unlock it. Here we go. The Gramarye secret. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine. After you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet, I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why's that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother. Thalassa Gramarye. I will not speak of that. Thalassa is officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. I don't have the incident on here. Okay, stream mode. Oh, I do. Let me investigate this. So this is Trucy's mother, Thalassa. She's pretty. I can picture her on stage with Zach. Still, she looks like a down-to-earth type too. I'm guessing Trucy takes after her. So do I present this or that? Wait, do I present the bullet maybe? The gun? The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't know this already. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind the fame. One that not many know. Oh no. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal. To you and Valiant Grammary's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? I'm sure Valiant would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention. Damn you! Her eyes. I love Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnifique Grammary had joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy? Mr. Zack? Oh! So I'm guessing Thalassa is the daughter of Magnifique? Mr. Zack? I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else, someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalassa's powers. How would I know? My chances are slim. I think I'm finally getting the deep voice. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know who. Magnifique? Because that's the vibe I'm getting. Tell me, what do you think the meaning of magic is? Huh? It is simple. To do magic is to make miracles happen. It is not something an amateur can achieve. Or you, apparently. I don't need a miracle if one's already occurred. And I've known it all along. In fact, it would take me a miracle for me to mess this one up. I know who the other person with the power is. My chances are slim to learn the truth, or maybe one has already occurred. Thalassa? Because I know Trucy has it, so it's you. No? It's not him? I know it's Trucy already. Or maybe I'm overthinking it. Trucy? No? Apollo? Apollo's not. Darn it! How about this? Okay, I think maybe it'll work now. See here. So who's left? I have Apollo. Maybe I'm missing a person. Okay, I'll use story mode to help me out. If it tells me to back out, that means I don't know. The Grammary's secret. Blah 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 blah. Why is that? I will not speak of that. Oh wow, I have no bars anymore. I already presented Uncle Valance and it wasn't him either. Trucy Uncle. Yeah, I did present that too already. And it wasn't him either. There's a way to check if I do have the evidence already. Oh, how do I know? Okay. I know I present. What if it's himself? Okay, story mode. What's Apollo? Oh, where's Apollo? Of course I know that already. You know what? The only I didn't see Apollo on the register. This boy? His name is, I forget, something weird. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney. I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law office. So, what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like, but you could at least say something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa, actually. It's more of a ring. Huh? Wait, how is Apollo related to Thalassa? A ring? Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. How is Apollo related to Thalassa? Huh? Okay, how are they related? The bracelet? Maybe? I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. Let's make sure. It is making me back out. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. Okay. It's nice to check story mode if you to tell you that you don't have the evidence. So I need to do more investigating. Examine room, maybe? Bottles of grape juice. It's wine. But it's not. Okay. I guess I have to leave. Also, wait, how do you do it again? To the past. To the past. How do I do my deep voice? How do you do it again? Drew Studio, the Genesis Center. What evidence did I get again? Okay, story mode. Where do I go? Huh? Back here? No, it's telling me to go back here. For real? Oh, so I have to be here. I guess there's something I need to examine. The piano? I must say, it comes quite as a surprise. I never knew you played. I'd do anything else if I could, believe me. Oh yeah, there's something you could help me with. Do you think you can make that piano disappear? It'd help a lot. It'd help out in a lot of ways, really. Look at his face. I've never seen that face. You say the funniest things with the straightest face. People always tell me that, except I wasn't joking. The bottles of wine. This is grape juice. Is it refreshing? I usually drink too much, and it ends up making me thirsty. Oh, Mr. Wright. There is something inside that bottle. Huh? It's my business card. You aren't surprised at all. Perhaps you don't like magic. I sure felt surprised. Maybe I had my poker face on. So what's the piece of evidence here that I need? One of the restaurant tables. This one's the closest to the piano, which makes it the hardest to eat at here. On days when I'm playing, that is. What do you think about the ukulele? The sound is slight, and the annoyance curtailed. A ukulele in a Russian restaurant? Then, you must go to a Hawaiian restaurant. Hawaiian shirts don't go with my complexion. I give up. I think I have to use vocal fry when I do deep voice. Present. What do I present? Can I talk to him more? Present. Present what? The gun? The notebook? The locket? The locket? This person in the photo is Chusi's mother? How did he come by this? Chusi showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then, it is so. Huh? She is gone. What more is there to say? Lots? Ah, I know. Whoa, you're still here? According to my in-depth research, Chusi's mother Magnifi's Gramarye's only daughter, end quote. What? Magnifi's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zack? Brucial, you say too much. Yeah, what? Why am I the bad guy, huh? Zack ducked them. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Talassa Gramarye, she's the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather me with some more evidence, clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition. Final? Why? As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground. Without seeing your daughter? It would be best if I did not. No, she would love to see you. 7 years ago, we played. 7 years ago, I lost. I already lost to Magnifi. I do not care to lose another. And I have heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an ace up his sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation to think a mere lawyer might be out here, pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you can try lightening up. That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned. This guy is beyond serious. So much for having a fun evening of cards. Brucial, you may leave. Ah, but it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop. Ugh. I punch and I punch, but still it's not enough. Yeah, I just remembered a future, prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, Piano Man. Then let us begin, dealer. Ah, da. You'll be our witness to our competition. Da, it is honor for me. Why haven't I seen her around here before? Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe that was his name? You know him? After a fashion, listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. Oh, that's it? But what about the Cyclock? The Gramarye power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Truthy's mother. I needed to meet that reporter again, that was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zack began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zack Gramarye knew. But how and why? I think I finally got the handle of the deep voice. Kinda like this, right? Kinda like this. It's like low and raspy. What am I doing here? Kristoff. Well, if it isn't an unexpected surprise, what errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin? Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the events that took your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? You look well, Phoenix, right? You too, Gavin. Gavin. Christoph Gavin. Brother of... Cliven Gavin. Alright, Christoph. Gavin's murder. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I have no doubt you've ever expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. I'll bet you would never expect to wind up here. Shady Smith, was that the name of the man you killed? Did you already know who he really was? Who he was? Zach Gramery, you know, the defendant? I remember him, of course. This dude's evil. But you say Smith was Zach? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty, but your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, right? What possible conclusion do you think this investigation can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Hey, Christoph. Is that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. You recall that case 7 years ago? Oh, lovely Peaches. Hello, hello. We're talking to a murderer. Ah, yes. The trial where Zach Gramery pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Oh no? Yep, this guy's a murderer. And we don't know why. Unanimous, save for one. Dissenting opinion, yours. Oh, hello. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position after all. For 7 years, we've been friends. And yet, I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship towards me was never pure. Huh? You suspected me then, as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what to think. Why? You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game, Zach Gramery mentioned your name, Gavin. That reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name? After all, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. I seem to be in a bit of trouble, something like that. Dead. Someone hit him hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No, Zach Gramery. Another psych lock. Whoa. Whoa. I've never seen psych locks like these. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know. Is that... Wait, what's that doing there? It's that nail polish that he gave to Vera. He's doing his nails. I have to examine that. The yellow letter! That envelope's been bothering since I came in here. It's not nice to peek at other people's mail. You get mail in here in jail? That I do, though they read it first apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Huh. Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. Look, he plays violin. It's pretty cool. It's strange, you know. Here I am in solitary, and yet the books keep piling up. Looks like you got more books than up there. Ah yes, my collection. A few friends on the prison staff, they show me little kindness. Just a little? What a comfy velvety chair. Aren't you lucky? That's some chair. Just looking at it makes me want to take a seat. You probably had to add a whole digit price to the price of one of my office chairs. In here, a comfortable chair is the most valuable thing in the world. You have to be at 2 digits to the price of the standard prison issue chair for this. Those prison chairs don't look so bad either. Maybe I should redecorate. Yeah, I know, right? It's so fancy. He's got a freaking bookcase. And is that a bird over there? A rose? And this very suspicious nail polish. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I just know appearances are a really big thing with you. You know what I say? One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rate about all things, except nothing less. That certainly does look like a first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. Oh, thanks! This is actually what I needed for the other piece of evidence. Thanks, I needed this. Yeah, the same one she gave to Valerie. To Vera. I can actually open this one now. Drew Studio. Okay, Val. Let's see. What if I present it from the get-go? Here we go. What do you think about this? Present. Okay, I think I have to actually talk to her first. The client. Oops. Da-da-da-da-da. It's only 2. It should be pretty easy. Okay, Vera, time to open up. The client. You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because you gave me the stamp? No, they listen to me. The problem is, blah blah blah. Use a good luck charm. A good luck charm that the client gave you? I think I know what it might be. Is this your good luck charm? The nail polish. This was what they gave you, wasn't it? Ah! The same bottle over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right? I heard once, cosmetic were once thought to ward off evil. This is the magic bottle. It has the power. Ah, of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? Gavin. This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually. I promised. I promised not to tell. I would figure it out, so it doesn't count. There we go. One step closer. And I thank you for the follow. The client. I'm sorry. I can't talk about the client. I promised. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work.
I don't need a name anymore. I got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then.
I think they might be the devil.
Oh. Huh?
Or maybe an angel?
He's like Lucifer, then. A pretty angel devil. What do you mean?
I saw it. Or I think I saw it. When they gave me this. I saw the devil's face.
Are you saying the client's face looks like the devil's?
No, the client was gentle. With a gentle smile.
A wolf in sheep's clothing, yeah, definitely. Gavin, up until the first trial, you know the cool thing about the very first trial? Is in the beginning of every Ace Attorney game, the tutorial trial, you're always given like a helpful buddy by your side. And you're playing as Apollo, the main character. And at the end of the court trial, it's revealed that the murderer was right beside you all along. Your mentor, Christoph Gavin. That was wild. I couldn't believe that. That was like the wildest twist ever. The murderer was right next to you the whole time. So, where did you see this devil then?
It was so quick. I don't remember well. But that's when I knew. That person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm.
That's why she needs the good luck charm. She knows there's evil out there. She doesn't want no part of it. I'm not sure what this devil that she saw was, but it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I am sorry for what happened. If you want to apologize, try my client, Zach Grammary.
Did I do something bad?
She said that when she passed out, yeah. She saw the face of the devil. I think the nail polish might be poison. Because if she's the forger, and he killed Drew Misham as well, then he would definitely kill both of them. And she would only use the nail polish if he ever goes outside. The question is, why didn't she die when she went first to the magic show? That's the question. What is in that bottle of nail polish? I'll put on my smile next time I come, I promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera.
Oh, okay.
Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with a young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, how the game going? The game is going really well. It's going swimmingly. I'm finally getting somewhere. Christoph Gavin is an angel devil. Okay. I have this one now. I think I can't go through this one until later. On Overwatch? Oh, who do you main in Overwatch? I'm Reaper, by the way. I don't play a lot. I just like playing Reaper with the Shiver skin. I have to go back to the Borscht Club? I'll let story mode help me out where I should go next. To the past. I play Overwatch very, very little, honestly. Shooters are my forte, but I have a Overwatch account, Overwatch 2. I'm not competitive or anything. I just play for fun. I just play as Reaper. Okay. Valent, what do you have to say to these pieces of evidence? The blackmail. Also, okay, time to break you. Sombra, cool. Flying with the seat of this one. Okay, time to break this dude. The first is the gun. I wonder, I haven't paid attention to Overwatch. Have they introduced any new characters since the game launched in Overwatch 2? This one, I think.
Da-da-da. And this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. I think I can just show this. Wait, what do I show? I showed the locket, I showed the gun. Do we show the stamp? The nail polish is colorless. No clues here. What's this symbol? Ariadone. I've heard of that brand. And this must be the brand symbol. It's supposed to be some kind of flower. Wait, no, maybe it's a hand? Wait, on second thought, is that an eagle? Who makes these things up anyway? You also new? Yeah, I'm not sure about, I'm not really sure about Overwatch that much. But it's been maybe like a year, right? They must have introduced at least a few new characters, I wonder. Since, you know, they didn't go ahead with that story mode that they were promising. They could at least introduce new characters, right? I haven't actually heard. I'm introduced to Stamp. Stamp. Yes, it is Stamp. Troop Gramarye's performances were very, very popular. So popular, they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not merely the latest craze, we were an age, a golden age. It's all here on this stamp. I believe they only updated a few characters' abilities. No new characters? I think I know what they need to improve on. There's Thalassa, yes? Shrusi's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know. You do know. She died. A part of his memory is still locked up. There is one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader Magnifi was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. He hid the body. But, Mr. Wright, then you would have had hid a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Valent's got a point. If one of the troop members died in an accident, and Magnifi covered it up, his innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Wright? I'm so close, there has to be something. How about Thalassa's death could affect Zack and Valent's relationship with Magnifi? I see in your eyes, you still have something to say. How could you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Thalassa's accident tied your hands so completely. With a person. With a person? I feel like it's this. It's going to take a little knowledge of the player to crack this one. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both your hands, and this information proves why Magnifi held so much power over you. Shrusi? Gavin? Because Gavin's related somehow to all of this. I'm just gonna go ahead and put Gavin in this. Nope, it's not him. Were you by any chance trying to threaten me? No, of course not. You'll never make a good blackmail artist, never. Not a career choice I'd be considered actually. Give up your dreams, work an honest job. That's my advice. Lawyering is an art. Well, really, I think it can be. You just have to tell the truth, but well, lawyers are honest. No, but they use rhetoric. And sometimes if they want to cheat with logical fallacies. Remember that one scene in The Simpsons where that lawyer, I don't remember his name. I think it was like Trud or something, or Truman. And he's like, imagine a world without lawyers, and it was a peaceful, happy place. He was like, ugh. The troop was a tight-knit unit. Okay. Yeah, the episode of The Simpsons. The place would be a happier place without lawyers. Conniving and scheming. Let's see. With a person. With evidence. What do I have? It's not this. It's definitely a person. Okay, I'm gonna put Trucy. Trucy. No? Okay. Who could it be? I see in your eyes you still have something to say. I can possibly prove more than you already have. I'll prove why Thalassa's accident tied your hands so completely. With a person. It has to be a person. Because that was her father. And therefore, you murdered her. Therefore, he had to blackmail you. Right? Let's go with this. Is this? Nope, it's not. Ow. Story mode? Yeah. I might have to. Maybe... No, I don't think I need to. Because I know this is the right area. Yeah, this is the right area. I just need to figure it out. It's somebody. Trick up his sleeve. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. So who is it? You know, the fact that they make you choose between a person and evidence makes it harder. I wonder what the evidence could be. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. Boo 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 boo. Bada bing. And then finally, the sticker. Okay. I will use story mode to find out is it either physical evidence or a person. Actually, I might just go with it. I don't have any tries. It is a person. Wait, let me try to figure it out at least a little. What? Oh, it is Talisa? It wasn't a question of who shot Talisa. Talisa herself was the problem. What does that mean? What do you mean? She was Zach Gramarie's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnific Gramarie's only daughter. If that's the point, I think my answer of like presenting the man himself would also work. There was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnific's power over you, I don't know what was. Yeah, my line of thinking was right. It's presenting evidence. It was an accident! Oh no, a tragedy. Look at the bunnies. You know, this reminds me of like the third case in the original Phoenix Wright game. Because the murderer was this guy in a wheelchair, and he killed the person on accident as well. Was it an accident, I think? I think it was an accident. Blackmail. There's no proof, none at all. But Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Mister. Look at my redo model. It's staring right at the face thingy. Ours a complex family. You mean Troop Gramarye? The Master Magnific Gramarye, his only daughter. And his two disciples. That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident. But that is all it was. An accident. Zack and Valance tour de force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly, straight toward that beautiful body on stage. And then crash, zing, pow, everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing, same trick with a new twist. And then, tragedy. But as whose bullet stole Talisa's life? We shall never know the answer. Talisa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother, and Magnifi his daughter. Oh. And that led to the blackmail, I take it. It is all part of the pastel and darkness that comes when the curtain falls. The darkness. Why did Magnifi Grammary try to cover up the accident? It's so sad. All of the final court cases of Phoenix Wright games are so sad. Especially the third game. Oh my god, the third game, the ending is so sad. Where's my... It was his own daughter who died. All I can say is, it was a critical time for Troop Grammary. A passing of the torch from Magnifi to Zack and Valance. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Talisa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Saying it's a sacrifice? That's terrible. Yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnifi's wishes. Magnifi forced us to perform his art for his benefit. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But did you not find a cowardice in his actions? Huh? To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing. But then to hang that death as a guillotine over above our heads? Things were dark behind the scenes in Troop Grammary, that's for sure. You're complaining about the blackmail, but you could have easily come forward and admitted to the truth. I don't think you have a place to complain. Does Trucy know? She was not told, naturally. Who wants to know of that their father might have taken their mother's life? True. I had not thought of that accident for a very long time. I'm sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Not to find Magnifi's slayer, I should think. True. Wait. Was it not you? Ah. After that accident, there was one who came sniffling, quite persistently. Wait. I had thought Valent was the murderer of the old man. But what if he's not? Oh, he has to be. A reporter? He called himself a newsman at the time. Oh, so that's when he first met him. Often I spied on him lurking about in the dressing room doing his research. Would you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten. But in the course of his interview, he became quite close to my partner Zack. I liked him not. You never did. I see. His name was... I do not recall, but it sent the cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. I see. Thanks for your help. It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds. I'm sorry. I had begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over the Troop Grammary, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman, I have never learned who that was at the time. Though I got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile, and the sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss thin thread connecting Zack Grammary to the world. Sooner or later, I'd have to track him down. Brucial. What's up with him? Okay, that's the entire past pieces. They're all completed. Drew Studio in the present, and the Sunshine Coliseum. You know, I got a question to ask. Phoenix Wright was run over by a car in the second case. Who was driving that? He went flying. Okay, I think I'll go to Drew Studio first. Present day, Drew Studio. Well, what do we have here? Me. Is it right, lovely Peaches? Remember me? Of course I remember you. Journalist meets ex-attorney in bar. End quote. Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Mission was poisoned, and his daughters... Oh yes, I know. Oh, I know, yes. It caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he'd track down case just a little quicker. End quote. Were you on the trail of the case the whole time? Nope, he was there at the scene of the crime. Zach Gramery was a good friend. Zach said something to the effect back at the Bourgeois Club. What a character, what a man. If a little, no, a lot, no, extremely rough around the edges. Do you think I could ask you a few questions? Oh, you serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not the interviewee. The next seat. Oh yeah, thanks for the help. Journalists ask questions, not other way around, end quote. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. He must be talking about Apollo. Okay. The family of Voyagers, Zach Gramery, Valiant Gramery. I wonder about Valiant. He's been wasting his whole time, 7 years, eh? Waiting? For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnific Miracle. Of course, it was all a dream. He knows. He knows that the rights are going to Trucy. So he knows that Valiant's been waiting for nothing. Oh, that's kind of messed up. Because of this, the performance rights. In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say what the old man didn't give his rights to both Zack and Valiant? So Valiant waited until Zack died? Legally, at least. The time finally comes, and Valiant's like a kid on a Christmas morning. He's getting ready for his show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know. But he won't have the rights. In that document sees the legal light of day. It's going to put a bit of a damper on his big show. Aw, but Trucy's looking forward to that show too. I'm pretty sure she'd be like okay with the rights. Like, do your show. He's a sorry one, that Valiant Gramery. Lost out to his partner at work and in love too. Oh, so there was a love triangle. Love? It's the same old story, really. 2 disciples and their mentor's only daughter. What has 3 sides and all of them pointy? A love triangle. That is pretty classic. What if Romeo and Juliet was a love triangle? I think it... Was there any other suitors? I can't remember. When you're performing in a troupe, that's your world. It's like a family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. And the middle of this all is Thalassa, as Trucy. It was kinda. I forget, was Paris the third love interest? And then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa. Tell me more. What if I present you this? Mr. Brusho, could you take a look at this? Ah, I hear you loud and loud and clear. So, you want me to write an article on that, right? What's the angle? What's the angle? Actually, no. That's okay, I don't need an article. I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on this. I hear you, you. You want to sniff around for a scoop? Well, you've come to the right nose, my friend. It's odorless. Thanks? Okay, that was less than informative. What about this? Mr. Bushel, you know this person? Oh, it is this. Do I know that person? Of course! I was friends with Zack, after all. He hit me a few times. 5 times, actually. Yeah, he kept punching you in the face because you were such an annoying prick. But still, I'd never forget his wife. Thalassa Gramarye. Magnifi Gramarye's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her? Well, why the heck not? Yes, finally getting somewhere. So Thalassa married Zack and had Chusi, see? It was her second marriage, actually. Second marriage? You mean she was divorced? Don't tell me what I'm thinking. Not quite. Her late husband was a performer too. Don't tell me what I'm thinking. Apparently, he died during some gig. Oh, never mind. I thought it was Valent. That would have been really awkward. Tragic, really. They only had been married 1 year. So who's this dead person? The other husband. I didn't know. Ah, but she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know. It's kind of creepy. You have your friends? A picture of a wife? Oh, that's the one for the locket. He just keeps it around. No wonder those punches were deserved. I've known Chusi since she was a little thing too. He's like that one weird uncle. He's like Mo Sislak. He's friends with Homer, but he's like kind of in love with Marge. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all. What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean she's better off with me? Just reminiscing, you know. Thalassa has another child besides Chusi. End quote. She has another child besides Chusi. The connection of Thalassa and Apollo. Apollo is Chalisa's child. That makes Chusi and Apollo like half siblings. What? But Apollo Justice and Chusi are related. That's why they have the same power. Which means his mom is dead too. I think when I started the game, I wondered where Apollo's parents were. Oh. But then who's the dad? Dad must have been... Oh, who died? Wow, this is so weird. How everything is so interconnected from the very beginning. And like, once we get here, it's like, what? How can everything be so interconnected in a web? Anyway, she a hoe? She's not a hoe. Her husband literally died. That's not an excuse. You get a pass if your husband's dead. Ah yes, this one she had with her previous husband. To death to us part is literally in the marriage words when you get married. To death to us part. But still, it's a new age. Divorce is pretty fine too. Her previous husband? Who was it? Who was it? I need to know. Her first husband who died during a performance? He's a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now. Thalassa had another child. Do you think I could borrow that photo? Sure. I can be generous on occasion, you know. Man, you're helpful for it. He's a weird dude, but he's really helpful and useful with all the information he's gathering. I won't be needing this locket anymore. You got the real picture now. Better return to Chusi before I forget. I might as well ask him about the family as well. It was tragic what happened to Drew Misham and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime, and they paid for the price. You know what really did them in, though? Ah, god damn! Let's see. Over 1,000 kilobytes. Yeah, we're stable again. Phew. Yeah, we're back. I really need to get this stable thing going. Next time. You know what really did them in, though, don't you? Yes, a forged diary page. The night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Mission I hadn't known. What's that? You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Walls have ears, potatoes have ears. End quote. Being watched. You mean he felt guilty? No, I'm not talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. What? What do you mean? Is there something in this room? The whole time I've been in this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on the back of neck. Freaks me out, end quote. Maybe that's what Vera mentioned as well. The face of the devil. Because he felt guilty? Why would I feel guilty? Yeah, he's looks like the type of guy who wouldn't be ashamed. You felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what that all means. Paranoia. Drew Mission felt like he was being watched. And you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves? Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist sure he is being watched. End quote. Don't you ever wonder why Zach Gremery got rubbed out after 7 years? Yeah, Gavin found him. But how? Right after coming into contact with me. He completely vanishes from the courtroom. Then, for 7 years, he talks to no one, not a soul. Then, just as the remaining time was up, he contacts me in order to have this made. And then, he dies. You know? I think your number is up too, Mr. Bruchel. You better watch your back. Actually. I think he's actually might have a target on him. I'm pretty sure Kristoff is the type of dude who will leave no witnesses. It's time to put these together, are we? Watch your back, dude, you're gonna die. And you were being watched this whole time? Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too. Oh, shit! Me? That's why Phoenix Wright was almost run over. I met Zach through that case, actually. Do you mean the shooting Magnifi Grammary? No, before that. It's not widely known. You mean, the accident? During the quick draw shoot 'em practice. My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, women, a little puppy, all for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now. Whoa. Valen Grammary did mention one particularly nosy reporter. In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifi Grammary at the time. You were? I knew his daughter too, of course. Thalassa, was it? Really? Then Thalassa disappeared. Quite suddenly at that. And Magnifi wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of a scoop, goes on a feeding frenzy, end quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Thalassa's husband, see? Zach Grammary. Something strange was in the air over the troop Grammary in those days. Yeah, they hit a dead body. The whole screwy mentor-controlling disciple scene started by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa? She was part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me. Off the record? Sorry, I don't know. Anyway, I kept crying and eventually became friends with Zach. Your back? Watch your back. Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times. But over time, he came to see me as his confidant. People and events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think? I was too busy wondering about bigger to listen to what you were saying. That's not a word. It's like bestest. Bestest is such a funny word. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think. Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what I find to those who come next. Next, you say? I'm not the one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently, that's not my role anymore. Magnifi? Huh? I was just wondering, Magnifi would think of all this. What do you mean? Haven't you seen it in Shusi? She's got his power. You mean how I can't lie to Shusi? It was the same way with Magnifi. And with his daughter, Talisa. That's a strange thing. You think it's some grammary gene? Magnifi told me once, back when Zack married Talisa. He said Zack has good eyes, but not good like the Grammary's eyes, not that good. I wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Grammary's secret was? Maybe nobody. Now that Zack's gone. Zack Grammary. So Apollo is related to all of them. That's so wild. It sprouted from a warp in the Grammary fabric and grew, swallowing everything. Wrapping itself around the Grammary's power. But still, one question remains. Why did Kristoff do all this? Why? He had no reason to involve himself with any of this. A power which passed from Magnifi Grammary to Talisa, to the next generation. And I would once again need to meet you. To the one who bridged it all together. Okay. Go up here. The Borscht Bowl Club. Just before he died. Okay, now I can talk to him. We're jumping in different points of space and time. It's really interesting about this. We're going to the past, present, and future. The Grammary's secret. I have to know more about this power of Chusi's. It's like she can read people's minds, la la la. I have no power? Why is that? Maybe Chusi got her power from her mother. I think I know why you don't want to talk to about her. I forget, did I present the stamp or the gun? I think it was a gun. Yes. You three were a team. Until your little parlor trick got her killed. Ugh. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Talisa? I'm sure Valen would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention. Damn you. Her eyes. I loved Talasa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that I felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnifi Grammary has joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Chusi? Power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else. And it's Apollo. This boy, his name is, I forget, something weird. It's Apollo Justice. Ah! Okay. Let's see. It's still not high enough frames. It's gonna disconnect again. Wonder why. Gone. Barret. OBS. Oh, we're back. Yes. Whew. Okay. The brains are back again. Okay, I promise. Very next stream, I'll figure out a way to get this thing super stable. It's happening way too often. See, I'll hear it. Check and check, check. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney. I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law office. But wait, that's kind of suspicious. Why was Kristoff looking after Apollo? That's kind of weird. It's kind of like keeping your friends close and your enemies closer. Why was Kristoff so close to Apollo? So, what are we to make of this, oh great attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. But you could at least say something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Talisa, actually. It's more of a ring. A ring? Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have this evidence showing me this little missing link. This? Actually, it has to be this. Otherwise, I might not have enough evidence. Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Talasa was her second. How did you know this? Her first husband, he died a year after they were wed, yes? He was a performer. They met when he joined the Grammaries as a guest in our show. After Talasa wed him, she left the troupe. She left the troupe for a while. And you say she had a child then? I have a photograph of her here. Oh, those are the bracelets too. Those are the same bracelets Apollo has. I couldn't help but notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out. They are a Grammary family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like this, the one in the picture. What? So, that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? I took this photograph of Talasa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. I bet I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy, her son. Why would she leave him? Let's see. We are back, right? Back. The Grammary secret. This strange power, I myself do not know where it comes. Yet, the fact that it passes down the Grammary line, it runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her Talasa once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others. Tension? If she were to face a person, and they became even slightly, then she would know no matter how hard they try to hide it from her. So, oh yeah, good to see. Oof. I thought it was still broken. Good to see you all here. So, she could see it? Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension. Without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects? Wait, were they something she wore? Yes, her bracelets. I admit the first time I saw one of these, I felt there was more to it than just fashion. But what kind of power could a bracelet have? I have made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Nice. Oh, everything. Trucy and Apollo. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two are brother and sister, yes. And the brother too has this power of theirs. So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what will come of that.
Mr. Wright, tonight, after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. I will not see her live a life without knowing.
I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right.
I am in your debt, once again.
No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up.
Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth.
So they're temperature sensitive or something?
Yes, this is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist.
And this has something to do with their power?
What have I told you? The Gramarye power reacts to tension in others. When a Gramarye senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into a minute contractions of the muscles. So minute, they cannot sense it on their own.
Their muscles. Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for.
With a bracelet on, one can sense these contractions, because the bracelet is always a perfect fit.
So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on the wrist.
Precisely.
But that alone doesn't really count as mind reading.
I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight.
Eyesight? I guess that sounds simple enough.
Have you ever heard of kinetic vision?
Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say some athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped if they focus.
Oh, but it's not confirmed to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of the crowd before one may distract it.
So basically what you're trying to say is, the Gramaryes can see really well?
For them, seeing is more than believing, it is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus.
Things are starting to come together into focus to me too.
Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone could tell you when to focus?
Or something.
Precisely.
But wait, Shusi doesn't have any bracelets.
You were talking about poker, yes? The timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Shusi herself has realized this. That is all I know of things Gramarye.
Thank you, Mr. Zack.
If this boy's bracelet is the real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power.
I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game?
I said too much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night.
That night? You mean the murder?
The night my mentor, Magnifique Gramarye, passed from this world to the next. Oh, that night. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifique's test.
A test?
In his last years, Magnifique Gramarye worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night, I could not shoot him. So I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer.
Oh, so that's how he got the inheritance.
Take this. I give my art to you, Zack.
What?
It is thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack. Though, I would not have minded dying by your hand.
How could I shoot you?
You're my mentor. Bah! I thought you might say that. If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then? Then, of course, I would have given Valan his chance. And if I had shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. If you or Valan were so to shoot me in the head, then I to the darkness would go, and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think? Yet this ending too gives me no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack. And
I am sorry. I've done much that was wrong in my day. Did Valen actually shoot him, though? It seems to me that Magnifi wanted you to be his successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valen's. Perhaps. But it is not something we will ever know for sure. I wonder, what is Valen up to these days? Waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. Ah. And now here I am, and his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion is a fickle thing, you know. What? You don't mean to tell. They put the blame for Armenta's death on him. The trial ended with you vanished, Mr. Zack. So it's the uncle all along. Oh, I used to think so, yeah. There were even rumors that Valiant had helped you pull it off. Well, that's madness. Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. One more act? Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated, even though I am dead? That night, Zack Gremory was killed. He died as Shady Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This, the locket. No, wait, no, the letter. To whom it may concern, 7 years pass. I, Zack Gremory, murdered my mentor. He's taking the blame. Magnifi Gremory, I apologize for the trouble caused by my sudden departure from court, and hereby confess to my crimes. His confession to use as I saw fit. Of course, he'd killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valen Gremory. It's gonna take the fall. 2 more. Oh wow. Oops. Wait, actually I never checked. What happens if I go back? Oh. I can go back whenever. Solitary Cell 13. That's way later. Sunshine Coliseum. I haven't been here. The present day. Valen Gremory. Well, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Valance. 7 years has it been? Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. He's a good dad, yeah. Actually, I came here because there's something I want to ask you. I've spoken to the press. I have nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions. But then I realized I needed to hear it from you. Magnifi Gremory. I have walked a difficult road these past 7 years. Because you couldn't perform Magnifi's repertoire? Do not be deceived. Valent's skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way. Zack Gremory. His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Zack Gremory murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remember as it were only yesterday. Yet, that was not the way of it in the end. For a while he vanished. The suspicions upon my person never did. His partner, Zack, vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of the press said. I had no idea. Yet, that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudeville distraction. And here I must stand, smiling at them all. What am I, if not a player of some fiendish farce? Might I just suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened? Magnifi's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get you the answer from you. 2 locks. I knew I'd be seeing these sooner or later. The audience has no business stepping up to upon the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. That sounds like an awful like a something I've heard 7 years ago. Okay, time to break you. Magnifi's death. Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me. As much as I'm much as part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. For 7 long years, I have endured. Now, finally, the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troupe within my grasp. Sorry to do this, Valent. But right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. Things that should shake things up. Valent, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this. The transferal of rights. So that's why he reacted so strangely when I showed him this as Apollo. And what might that be? I see it bears the Grammary seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner. But I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this? A document showing the true recipients of the performance rights to Magnifi's miracles. What? Zach Grammary? He wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter? Trucy Ignigmar, actually. She's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous! Zach is gone. Vanished into the void. This is a genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. What? Hey, where's the other rabbit? Aww. He lost a rabbit and died. Why? Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead? You're not the only one with that problem. But he shot Magnifi. Yes, it was Zach, it was. And then he left. And my career as a magician fell into the darkness. Not the bunny. He had 2. Now he only has 1. And a pigeon. Do you think there might be some way out of it? Say if you could prove Zach Grammary shot Magnifi. Was that why you testified? Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out. Well, it might have been too late, Mr. Valent. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnifi Grammary? Huh? Oh, that's right. It's just to show him that he's taking the fall. I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. If you were the murderer, well, at this point you're getting scot-free. Which is really, really weird. Zach Grammary wrote me one more thing before passing on. This is a confession, in which he admits to the killing of Magnifi Grammary. See? All according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience and give them a fleeting dream. Yet, it seems the tables have turned. Now I'm in the audience, believing in the deceptions I have wrought upon myself. Zach wrote this right in front of me. After I explained your situation to him. Allah Kazong. He's surprised that everything's working out so smoothly. Okay, now tell me everything. You do know that this confession is nothing but lies. Yes, it's my opinion that Zach Grammary killed no one. Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. 2 receive the instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, then the one that remains is guilty. You. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. So he vanished to protect me, his partner. A stirring tale, 'tis true. Did you shoot Magnifi Grammary in the forehead? If I had, and I told you, what would you do? Run to police perchance? Do as you will. There is nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mental magnifi's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me. Huh? Demon? I knew it. So Valorant Grammary did kill the Great Magnifi. So sorry, Mr. Wright. But it was not I who shot my mentor. What? What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There was another disciple. There wasn't another disciple, was there? Another disciple, such as... I don't know. Knack and talent grammary, maybe? Your wild fancies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zack and Valen received those threatening letters. But there was another. One person could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now. The face of the devil. If it wasn't Zack or Valance who shot Magnifi, then it had to be the only other person at the scene which means... Wait, you don't mean unless he shot himself? Yes. The great Magnifi Grammary himself. Oh, he shot himself. Suicide. So Magnifi Grammary committed suicide? I thought it was Clavier, honestly. Because he's involved somehow. He has to be involved somehow. Like, what are his motives for doing anything? You find it hard to believe. To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility. When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. But when I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called me out to me. So, you spoke with Magnifi Grammary? Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. Magnifi transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner, Zack Grammary, not me. I see. Then I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. You owe me no apology. Huh? My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder. Was it because of the wife? What? Your crime? Is Valak Grammary confessing to something to me? Because in the book he said something about you, you know. What could be more serious than murder? You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnifi's plan. He wanted to die by one of your hands. Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights of his repertoire. That was when I heard of it. The little demon whispering inside my heart. What is this little demon? The demon. Let me confess, I intended to shoot Magnifi. And I planned on framing my partner for the crime. He planned on doing it, but he's saying he didn't do it? What? That night, I prepared something before going to Magnifi's hospital room. Which was... IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then, I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That is what he did during the court case. But the thing is that he did it really badly. But he didn't shoot him. Why? That was my plan. But you didn't shoot him. I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came. But then Magnifi called me back. What is this demon? I'm sorry, Valent. I am giving my magic to Zack, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please, help him if you can. I left the room. And then I stopped. The shock of what I had just been told consumed me. Huh? That was when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnific Grammary killing himself. Then the demon awoke anew within me. Zack killed him. He was the one. Oh, he got greedy. Frame him, and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints. Then I used the syringe to add the IV liquid I'd brought. So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnifi died, and you framed Zack for his murder. As planned indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I anticipated. Well, what do you think? That's the thing. Why was there fake evidence planted? All he had to do was not show that page. Do you believe my story? Can it be believed? Truly. That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but... Yes. I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valent. Thank you. It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything could I make my decision. You're going to turn yourself in? My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I had enough vanishing acts. I understand. I thought my life was ruled by the dead man. But I find I was wrong. Well, Zack Grammary was alive. Well, not anymore. And now it occurs to me. What if he was not the only one who survived? Justice is served. Wait, what do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that no, we never saw proof of her demise. Huh? Justice is served. He's not... is he gonna turn himself in? I couldn't read that well. I think he's just gonna walk around. I mean, he will turn himself in. I realize that no, we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body. Her? The mind races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies. Forget this matter. I can only hope that the day will come when I meet my partner, Zack Grammary. Then, I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I'm glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you. Zack Grammary, Shady Smith. Whichever name you prefer, he is no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver. He's going to retire. Is that right? Okay, Rox. Gotcha. He's gonna retire. That's what I thought too. He's just gonna go somewhere else. He can't do anything else. He's old. Oh, that's right. Trucy kind of burned him like, you're getting kind of old, Uncle Valent. And the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I had to do to push back the darkness for good. And it would involve paying that man a visit. Kristoff. How is he involved? Why did he forge the evidence? Why? Why? Sorry, sir. Prisoner Kristoff Gavin is currently occupied. I see. Do you know when he'll be finished? Well... Could you go find out? Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment. My apologies to the guard, but there's something I need to see. The yellow envelope. Wait, where did the nail polish go? He gave it to Vera. Okay, the letter. There it is. The yellow envelope. The piece of evidence that ties Kristoff to whatever is going on. And the sender is Drew Misham. I was right. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was on his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. If this is the last letter that Drew Misham wrote, then there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. Let's see if this hazard shrinking spray finds anything. It is on the stamp. It's a poison stamp. So this was Drew Misham's messenger of death. It was this stamp, alright, no mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. Here we go. The interview request came, like you said it would. And they're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you. So please, release the spell you've put on my daughter. I'll write later with a report. Release the spell you put on my daughter? Huh? What about Vera? Finally, decisive evidence! What's this? A burglar in a jail. You should be panicking, Gavin. Gavin? I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Vera Misham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? There are no known survivors of King poisoning, but it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right, wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry. Forgot I had it. Many thanks. Wait, what about the Cyclops? Huh? What's this? I? Huh? We've now seen all the clues in this case. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now it is time. Man, if he wasn't a lawyer, he could easily just be a private detective. Every story has its ending. We've come to the final chapter. The final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. To be continued. Now. There we go. Continue, yes. We're back. Welcome to court. 7 years, all leading to one verdict. A verdict which you must decide. You know, Gavin's already in prison. But why? Is the defendant Vera Misham innocent or guilty? She's innocent, of course. The courtroom doors are opening. The trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? Christoph is going to be it. In it, I bet. Cookies. Betting cookies? I'll bet some as well. Something inside me is rising, surfacing. All of the evidence, all these cases, all interconnected. Something important. Lost long ago. It's close now, so close. October 9th, 10 a.m. District Court Courtroom number 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Vera Misham. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready to rock. Prosecutor Gavin, how was the defendant Vera Misham's condition? Acute King poisoning. according to her physician, she could die at any time. No, don't let her die. She doesn't deserve this. Thus, her absence from the courtroom today. What? They can't put her on trial without her being here? It is unusual. They should wait for her to get better and do it then. It's so bureaucratic of them. It's being a little harsh. They can't delay the trial any longer, or they risk having no one left to try. A trial without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and experience tells us this. Apologies to the defendant, but the show must go on. Right, if Vera dies, the trial will be cancelled. I'm not going to let that happen. Mr. Wright told me everything that's been going on behind the curtains all these years. Well, he told you. I'm going to get Vera her innocent verdict while there's still time. Very well. Your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin. The prosecution's case is unchanged by recent events. Why did Vera Misham succumb to poisoning? Because she couldn't live with the guilt of what she had done. No. But Vera was poisoned with a trinocaine, the exact poison that took her father's life. What better confession could you ask for? Come on, Gavin. Being the killer, she would have to access to the poison. Significant, since it's rather hard to come by. That is true. In other words, I see no need for further discussion. We could have had our verdict yesterday. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no objections, I see no reason to postpone the verdict. What we need to worry about isn't the verdict, but the trial itself. The defense holds that Vera Misham is the victim, not the killer. Is that so? Then you have to prove something. She was in court, giving her testimony before us. Oh. How do you propose her killer poisoned her? There's still a killer out there. Oh, and incidentally, it would be nice if you told us who her Mr. Killer was. The prosecution's objection is sustained. I asked the defense to prove its claims to this court. Tell us how Vera Misham was poisoned. I got two things to prove here. Who did it and how. Which to hit first? The how. How did the killer poison Vera Misham? I will focus first on the method used. Any comments before we begin, Prosecutor Gavin? Not a bottle or container of the poison was found on the defendant's body. I see. So the vector of the poisoning is unknown. Is the defense prepared to prove how the poison reached Vera Misham? Yes, Your Honor. I know what it is. The bottle of nail polish. And she bites her nails a lot. Yep, it's Gavin. With older Gavin. What method was used to poison Vera Misham? Nail polish. Given to by Christoph. What's this? My, what a beautiful bottle. I'd like to give whoever designed that a hand. Is that nail polish? It's colorless. He realizes. Something the matter? No, nothing. Nothing at all. So the killer put poison in this bottle and made her drink it? As Prosecutor Gavin has told us, this is nail polish. Nail polish? It's like paint for nails? Know any women with red nails? My wife has red nails. I see, so she's been painting them all this time. What? How can he be so out of the loop? At least he's very impartial. Let's recall yesterday's trial. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court? Court is now back in session. There she goes. Vera seems pretty tense. Oh, Fazai, yo, what's up? We're getting so close to the end of the court case. So close. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Whenever Vera became nervous, she had a habit of biting her nails. How much did your thingy cost? That's a secret. Can I wink? That's a secret. But I got it from Eco on Twitter, as well as from Daceland. They have this whole enterprise, really. They're all like interconnected, working together. And you can see the prices, basically. Her nails. Ah! Prosecutor Gavin? When the prosecution had Vera examined, did they check her nails? How am I doing? I barely just debuted this model. My VTuber model, but like, it's been like a week and 1 day. It's been pretty good, actually. Oh, he's so nervous. Will I? Bailiff, have them check the defendant's nails at once. Mr. Justice. Yes? Do you know who did this? Do you know who put poison in that nail polish? Yes. That bottle belongs to Vera Misham? He's confused. He knows who it actually belongs to. Why do you ask? No. We're back. Okay. So as I was saying, he was sent a poison stamp by this dude, the same person who gave her a poison nail polish. So that's what we're figuring out. This guy is the murderer. He's trying to cover up his tracks for criminals he made, crimes he committed. And that's his brother, by the way. That's why he's so nervous. His brother is probably super duper evil. No, just checking. Mr. Justice, you are about to accuse someone of poisoning that bottle of nail polish. Please dispense with the chatter. You realize the weight of this accusation here. Let me show you. 2 points of damage? I remember back in the first game, they gave you all points of damage. Then let us ask, who poisoned Vera Misham via her nail polish? Christoph Gavin. What's this? Christoph Gavin.
Objection!
Don't defend your brother, bro. What's your game? My bro. There's no way he could do such a thing like that. He murdered a dude already, you know this. You should know better than anyone else. I'm sorry, bro. Your bro's a murderer. Oh, I know how he feels, though. I have a little brother, and I love him. If he was a murderer, I'd be torn apart. I wouldn't want that. He's gotta defend him. If I were him, I would do if I was Gavin, I would defend my brother, even though he's evil. He is behind bars. I know. However, that doesn't mean it was impossible to do what he did. What? Ask yourselves, when he put the poison in the bottle, it could have been yesterday, it could have been a month ago. Maybe it was a year ago. Or perhaps it was 7 years ago. But Christoph Gavin had no motive for killing this poor young girl. It's simply inconceivable. Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so. That face tells me one thing. Christoph Gavin's own younger brother doesn't find it inconceivable at all. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, if you feel there is a clear and pressing need, then we may have to summon Christoph Gavin from jail as a special witness. Fine. I've known for some time that an impenetrable darkness lurked at the bottom of this. A darkness that swallowed even myself. Okay. The defense's wish is granted. Let prisoner Christoph Gavin take the stand. Bailiff, begin proceedings to call a special witness. The witness is Christoph Gavin, currently residing in solitary cell 13 at Central Prison. Here he comes. The devil himself. Why? It's him. But why? He literally has to do nothing. He's a defense attorney. How is he involved in any of this? Why did he forge evidence? Your Honor. How nice to see you again. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? It's not every day I'm summoned from my solitary cell. In fact, it's never. I think you already know, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Ah, Mr. Justice. My pupil. I taught you everything I know, and here you are, putting me behind jail again. Was once not enough? I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself. Why do I feel like somehow he's still my boss? Stiff upper lip, Apollo. You can do it. Does this bottle look familiar? Ariadne nail polish. Why yes, I use it myself. As did the late defendant, I hear. You bastard. She's not dead yet. And? Was there something concerning this bottle you wish to talk to me about? I admit it. I respect her for her taste in nail polish. Her taste indeed. This nail polish was how Vera Mission was poisoned. Am I a VA? I am not a VA. I want to be a VA. If you think I have the chops for it, then please let me know. I need confidence. If I'm good, let me know, because I don't know if I'm good or not. Trinity, was it? You're well quite informed about the case, Mr. Gavin. Even in solitary, much comes to my desk. I have nothing to do but read. You have a violin, play that. Me too, I have a violin too. Well, clavier. Oh, don't put your brother into this. Really good? Thank you. It means a lot. Maybe you can explain this. Really, doesn't it sound amazing? Please. Flattery will get you everywhere. I love it. Clavier, you're being accused again. By him again. And? You agree with his accusation, do you? Let's hold a proper trial, shall we? Christoph Gavin, your testimony, please. I'd be delighted. The charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin. You are suspected of the poisoning of the defendant, Vera Misham. Please testify this on the matter to the court. I don't know why he doesn't just come clean. He's already in prison. What he's got to lose? Owning the same nail polish does not a murderer make. I've been in solitary confinement for over half a year. How could I poison her? Her father died of the same poisoning, the meaning of which should be clear. The prosecution's case holds. She poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father too. It was you. The stamp is everything. That proves it. Well, I'm afraid the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely. Naturally. For one, I don't even know the Mishams. Isn't that so, Mr. Justice? Very well, Mr. Justice. Begin your cross-examination. I'm accusing Christoph Gavin, my ex-boss. Do I want a cookie? I do want a cookie. Gimme. Nom 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 nom. The question is, when could he have done it? Tasty. Thank you, Rox. Not to mention why. But still, the thing that eludes me is the why. Oh, the thing is acting up. Owning the same nail polish does not make a murderer make. It's fine. I've been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? No, you left the scene. No. No, you don't. For one brief moment when Phoenix Wright visited you, you were gone. Why were you gone? Can't you still make contact with the outside world in solitary? Hey, you... so he had an accomplice on the outside. Is this your latest accusation? I am allowed a certain modicum of letter writing. But the contents of those letters are closely checked. It would be extremely difficult to send a hit request. Prosecutor Gavin's on the warpath, isn't he? Yeah, you think so too, Trucy? I bet I know why. He must be nervous, with Big Brother watching. I mean, that's a weakness that can turn into my advantage. Are we cool with that? May I continue? Her father died of the same poisoning, the meaning of which should be clear.
Hold it!
Spell it out for me. The defendant is not dead yet. There are no known cases of someone surviving a trinicaine poisoning. You seem to know a lot about a trinicaine. I know a lot about a lot of things, which is why I suggest we pick up the pace. Or else you're one short defendant for what she's worth. The witness will refrain from speaking ill of the ill. My apologies. Shall I continue? The prosecution's case holds. He can be my ex-boss. I just stop simping for him. Definitely. You can simp for Clavier, but not Kristoff. The prosecution case holds. She poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Don't buy it. Vera had no reason to want to commit suicide. And also, who would commit suicide by doing their nails?
Objection!
The answer is quite simple, basically. Allow me to explain, beginning with, why did she do it? The answer is quite simple. She couldn't live with her own guilt. I hate... This guy gets on my nerves. Next, why did she use the nail polish to poison herself? This too is simple. So she could die doing something that she liked. Son of a... Something that she liked? Once she saw that trial wasn't going her way, she knew she would die. And it was not easy to bring poison into the courtroom. Must I explain further? I believe that's clear enough. Crystal clear. No, don't buy it. Wow, the two brothers together is like a two-man wrecking team. They could use a little more teamwork, though. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father too. Definitely, yes. I think I have the evidence. I could do it right now.
Objection!
No? I can't present it just yet. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence, does it? Okay, I can't present it just yet.
Hold it!
Hold it. Both Vera and Mr. Misham were poisoned with a trinicaine. That really can't be a coincidence.
Objection!
The defense is repeating fallacious statements based on conjecture. The prosecution requests concrete, unambiguous proof of the witness's crime. Objection sustained. The defense will please present concrete proof. Does Prosecutor Gavin seem strange to you? It's like he's all grown up. I think that's how prosecutors are supposed to be, actually. Though he's acting different than usual. I'll bet it has to do a lot with his brother Kristoff being in the room. Well, let's make this a testimony count, Apollo. Right, quick and painless. My bracelet should do the trick. Okay, I'm questioning my ex-boss. His testimony seems watertight, but he's lying. I'm sure I'll be able to see something as long as I focus. Da-da-da-da. Right here. Perceive. I need to know what his twitch is. Actually, I think I know what it might be. Oh, look at his eyes. You can't tell because of how his lenses are fogging up, but you can see just how angry he is. I think his hand is twitching. I like how you can just focus on his eyes. Is it his hand? There. Right there, right there. Mr. Gavin, you're nervous about something. There is that finger pointing at me so rudely. No? Am I wrong? I saw it move for a second. And that desperate gleam in your eyes, it's quite disturbing actually. Perhaps because you have no faith in your own logic. Which is why you cling to dubious power. Confident or not, I've come a long way, Mr. Gavin. Just a little more to go. I need a word. There must be some word that sends shivers down his spine. It wasn't that. Dang. Here, he's lying. He's definitely lying about this part. He seems smug. What could the tell be? Look at that smug face. It's not his face. What about his hands? Where's his hands? They're not moving. Here again? Nothing is moving. Okay, one more time. Maybe somewhere else. His hair? There's no way it's his hair. It'd be really funny though. I doubt it. What could it be? Maybe his lens fogged up or something. Pass. Owning the same nail polish does not a murderer make. The prosecutor's holes, she poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Attempted. The one thing that's wrong with his plan is he planned to kill them 7 years ago. And now it's all getting brought back up. Maybe his eyebrows twitch? No. What can it be? What about this hand? Oh, this is his other hand. I have to make sure I check this one too. Pass. Oh, he's angry. Wait, I think I saw his eyebrow twitch? No. Here again? He's covering his mouth. Maybe it's his mouth? He's hiding it, that's why. There's something different. Like the lighting. Like I see something. Like very briefly, I see something like the color change. Like right there. But what is that? A scar? Since when did he have a scar? I didn't know he had a scar. Oh, there it is. His veins are popping out. I didn't know he had a scar. His blood. Oh! The face of the devil. His hand. I know what it is now. The face of an angel and the hand of a devil. A bluff worthy of your new mentor, Mr. Wright. Oh, really? But you see, I saw it. Right when you said her father, too. Your hand tensed unnaturally, and a little devil appeared to give me the news. And, let's assume, for the sake of argument, that he saw me being tense. What does that mean? Are you all tense witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Misham fond of nail polish too? Yeah, Apollo's got that natural eyesight. But yo, that scar on his hand, the way his veins pop out like the devil's face, that's so sick. Sorry, but there's more than one way to poison a man. You don't need nail polish to get someone's mouth. Ah. Then I must be very talented indeed. You see, Drew Mission was killed on October 6th, while I was already in my solitary confinement cell at Central Prison. If that's not an alibi, then I don't know what is. That's because you handed it over before you were sent to jail 7 years ago. But you found a way all the same, and I found it too. Oh, he knows. The 7-year gap. This is how you poisoned Mr. Misham. No. Should I present this? Found in the victim's desk, contains 2 sheets of writing paper. Definitely the red envelope first. My. Isn't that the red envelope? And here I thought you'd come so far, huh? I admire how you, lacking any confidence whatsoever, choose to barrel on. Your defense lacks even a shred of elegance. Much like Phoenix Wright, come to think of it. Relax, Justice, I come this far, I know the answer. Guess it was the yellow envelope. Or the stamp. I'm sure this commemorative stamp requires no introduction. Look at his face. The night Mr. Misham died, he was seen writing a letter. A trinikein was found on this stamp, Mr. Gavin. The one you sent 7 years ago. So am I to understand this stamp was the murder weapon? Yes, you are. Oh, and yes, this stamp was found in your prison cell. Good job, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The fact that you found this stamp when he was away was everything. Might as well fess up now. That is all, Your Honor. Order? But wait, stop. We still need to prove that he sent the stamp. He might have given it to, Kristoff, but we need to prove that he sent it as well. Poison on the back of the stamp. After Drew Mission was killed, someone paid a visit to this witness cell. Phoenix Wright. Daddy? That was when he found the stamp. You made Drew Mission write you a letter. That's how you killed him. What? My. You've upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness. So cold, don't say that to him. He's your brother at least. If you're gonna be an evil monster, you can at least be nice to your brother. Allow me to clarify this matter, Justice. All you need to do is recall witness Spark Brusho's testimony. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put the letter in the envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp, end quote. He was looking for a stamp. Ergo, he had no intention of using this stamp. What are you getting at? What I'm arriving at is that this commemorative stamp was in a frame. It was a mere coincidence that he used it that night. That would seem to be the case. The mere coincidence that actually made it 7 years delayed. Or perhaps you mean to suggest that I can somehow manipulate coincidence? He does have a point. How would this witness know if the victim was going to use that stamp? Without that, he couldn't have planned the murder. What? Really, Clavier? You should be seeing through this weak-spined bluffs by now. Come on. He's right, though. How could anyone have known Mr. Mission would use that stamp that night? But yet, there's something odd. Why did he bother sending the letter at all that day? Like, how did he come into contact with him again? He decided not to send the letter 7 years ago. Why send it now? Least of all, Kristoff Gavin locked away in his cell. Well, it seems that the defense has run out of things to say. No, come on. You assume he had something to say in the first place. I believe the defense's bluff has been called. The defense is bluffman. The defense is bluff. I'm not sure I agree with you there, Kristoff. Clavier. Honestly, I wanted to believe you. But the defense wasn't trying to get away with a bluff. You were, Kristoff.
What are you saying, Prosecutor Gavin?
Her forehead. What was your accusation again? Huh? Oh, it was that this poison stamp killed Drew Misham, yeah? To which my brother responded thusly. There was no way to know when Misham would use this stamp.
Yes, that's right. Which is why it couldn't have been planned.
Tell me, it needs to be planned. Why? Why couldn't it have been a coincidence? The defense's case is simply that Drew Misham died by that stamp. That's all. Coincidence. Kristoff, you tried to slip out of from under this accusation by changing the subject. If that's not bluffing, what is it? What are you up to, Clavier? I could ask you the same question, Kristoff. I silenced the defense with the fewest words possible. It's called efficiency.
But Mr. Gavin, that's impermissible testimony.
Very well. I shall take his claim head on.
I just realized they have the same haircut. Yep, they're brothers.
Everything. I wonder if they can call this developer corner cutting.
They look the same.
What? You accuse me of Drew Misham's murder, yes? Then, allow me to ask you, what possible reason could I have killed a painter? Apollo, motive. He's talking about a motive.
Indeed. It's hard to see how an attorney could come to want to kill a painter.
Now here's something. Why didn't he bring up a motive from the very beginning? Unless he was afraid it was a battle he might lose. This is the thing I want to know too. So, what does it mean? It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe it has some evidence to prove a motive. It could be the fake evidence. But even then, why?
A motive for murder. This is vital, if not the most vital element in this case. Please consider this when making your statement.
I'd say it's about this vital. That's pretty vital.
Well, Mr. Justice?
I'm going through with this no matter what.
Understood, Your Honor.
I'd like to present evidence.
Well then, let's see what you have for us. What reason did Kristoff Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Misham?
The piece of fake evidence. Kristoff Gavin's motive becomes clear when you consider why the stamp came to Drew Misham's studio in the first place.
And why was that?
Forgery, Your Honor. Go back 7 years. Drew Misham accepts his first job creating forged evidence.
I've seen that before.
A page from a diary, wasn't it? Magnifique Gramarie's diary. When attorney Phoenix Wright lost his badge, yes. This was the evidence he presented to his loss. This evidence was fake, yes. But did Mr. Wright request the forgery be made? That was never proven. Oh, now you're objecting? The defense attorney on that case was Phoenix Wright. Who other than him, drunk with the prospect of victory, could have done it? And why would they? Just out of curiosity, do you remember this letter? Drew Misham, I've deposited the $100,000 in design account. Please send the receipt once you confirm the transfer. Sign the papers and send an enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. And this is the second.
Those were presented in court yesterday.
This letter was sent to Drew Misham by the client who requested that forgery. The enclosed stamp was none other than the poison commemorative stamp. Drew Misham drew his last breath just the other day. However, the motive for his murder was already 7 years old. That's the wild part. 7 years old? The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase everything and anyone with connections to the forgery to keep them from talking. But he made a mistake. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. The killer's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. It's so wild. Her forehead. Do you understand what you're telling us? The one who schemed up the forged diary page was the one who poisoned the stamp. And it was Phoenix. Oh. I think we're back? Why is it still only 1 bar? Are we back? It says 9,000 kilobytes. 2,000. Oh, he's back. Okay. Yeah, it's green again. He's a murderer, but why is he kinda... Yes, he's hot. He's very hot. It's understandable. Let's see here. And one more thing. We're back. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. I understand that I'm asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Phoenix Wright was put on the case the day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery. Oh, that's right. The day before. Now here's a question. Just who was Shady Enigmar's previous defense attorney? It's working, yep. Who was it? No, this can't all be. But it is all true. There was another man, a defense attorney, with a badge on his collar. Don't you can fix him? I think you would just be better off settle off with Clavier. He's the same, but not evil. It was you, Christoph Gavin. So you were the defense attorney. But he switched. Order, order, order! What is the meaning of this? Witness, I mean defendant, or former lawyer? Let me begin by denying this. Objection. It's easy enough to look up, Mr. Gavin. And impossible to prove if you can't. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no record remains in the court. How exactly do you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claim? That would be difficult. I'm afraid this line of inquiry won't yield. Objection? Her forehead. Are you sure you don't have evidence? Huh? What's wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? He looks so clammy. Evidence. Evidence that shows this man, Christoph Gavin, requested that forgery 7 years ago. Clavier. Just prove it. Clear up these doubts now, or I swear I'm off this case. He must have thought of some evidence, Apollo. Prosecutor Gavin looks like he's in physical pain. That darkness. I have to pull that darkness out of him. And prove this the only way I can. What proves Christoph Gavin's link to Drew Misham? Well, Mr. Justice, you claim Gavin requested a forgery of Drew Misham 7 years ago. Prove it. It can be proven. Simply ridiculous. Why even discuss it? Objection? Are you telling the truth, Apollo Justice? I am. Then I say we give him the benefit of the doubt. Very well, but if you're wrong about this, be prepared for a penalty. Objection? Your Honor, you do the defense an injustice. Mr. Justice is clearly passionate about his claim. Should the penalty not match his passion? Oh, thank you. Oh, look at that. He just... There we go. Back to the good old days, where the penalty was completely utter board wipe. He wants me dead. I haven't given the penalty like that in a long time. Yeah, since the very first game. Well, Mr. Justice? Fine, Your Honor. All I have to do is prove any kind of link. Something that ties Kristoff to Gavin to Drew Misham. And I have something that clearly does the job. Very well, Mr. Justice. Present your evidence. Show us the link between our witness and Drew Misham. Can I save? Can I save? I can't save. Uh oh, that's close. Okay, what is the evidence? The red envelope? What is the evidence? Shows a link between our witness and Drew Misham. It's this yellow letter, right? Am I overthinking it? That's right, what's in this letter? I'm pretty sure it's the yellow letter. There's literally nothing else. Wait, the grammary envelope. It's not this, it's just the passage of will. Okay, yellow letter, do your magic. This evidence proves there's a link. Yes, the yellow letter, yes.
Objection!
That scrap of paper. I'm afraid I can't let you submit that. Is there a problem? There is. How can you possibly have that? You couldn't. Huh? Hey, that's Daddy's handwriting. Huh? Wait, what do you mean? Mr. Wright's handwriting? What is the meaning of this? Ah, I see now. Yes, of course. What do you mean, of course? I just remembered I had a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell, except I wasn't there. Oh no, he's gonna try to pin it on Wright. Phoenix Wright? When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with reading my private mail. Mail? You mean this letter was in your cell? No. However, it appears Mr. Wright has yet to be cured of his bad forging habits. He's trying to pin it on Wright. Oh no. Well, if that's a forgery, it's not a very good one. The handwriting's terrible. This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter. Reproduction? When Mr. Wright visited Kristoff Gavin's cell, he brought with him a small video camera. I was wondering what that thing was. A what? Oh, you got caught in 4K. He recorded his entire conversation with you, Mr. Gavin, and the contents of your personal mail. That's it, the nail in the coffin. Regardless, this mockery of a piece of evidence will never be accepted by the courts. Evidence based on a video? A man with no authority whatsoever claims he took. A man who happens to be an ex-attorney suspected of forgery. Prosecutor Gavin. Why are you so sweaty? Prosecutor Gavin? And embarrassing as this is for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgments at the moment. Your Honor, your decision, please. The defense's claim is denied. What? What? Only actual evidence is permitted in the court of law. Please remove the defense's evidence from the record. Better luck next time, Justice. It's saved. No. Like this. Well, we've certainly taken a detour from our cross-examination. But the defense appears to be lacking proof. I'm forced to end this cross-examination of Kristoff Gavin at this point. Apollo, do something! I'm thinking, but without evidence. I don't have anything to use on him. Very well. This ends the special witness's cross-examination.
Objection!
Gavin? He's coming in clutch. Smart man with an evil face. Time to wipe it off his face. The show's over, yet the crowd screams for more. Only now do I understand why. Prosecutor Gavin? Frankly, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years. Alright, time to put your brother behind bars again. And I'm tired of this whole this youthful angst scene. Now's our chance. Let's clean out our family closet, eh, Christoph? Clavier, you're spitting out of control. Calm yourself before you say something you'll regret. Something spinning out of whose control? Mine or yours? Take a moment to consider everything you've built. Your reputation as a prosecutor. Your fame with the masses. You could lose it all, Clavier. I think it's back, maybe. A little? I think it's back. It wasn't a true frost. Phew, man, this freaking stream has been full ups and downs. But I think it's back. Okay. In fact, I haven't. Not even once. 7 years ago. Look, he looks like K-Dash. Finally. You couldn't just resist, could you? Right? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Might I request that we put the cross-examination on hold? It's back. The prosecution would like to call in a new witness. Mr. Misham. State your name and occupation for the record. I'm familiar with the trial. I watched the video several times. Didn't you find anything unnatural about it? Unnatural? Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented his evidence. And the next moment, you calling Drew Misham? It was almost as if... Almost as if what? You knew, because your brother told you. Funny, it didn't even occur to me to even wonder. But now that I do, I see there's only one possible explanation. Almost as if, from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present that evidence. Ah, correct. I knew that if I applied the usual pressure, Phoenix Wright would eventually come up with a forged diary page. Don't do this, Clavier. I knew because you told me, Christoph. What? There it is. The final piece. How did you know, Christoph? It was the night before the trial. Clavier. Christoph? Odd seeing you at the prosecutor's office the day before the trial. Ah, I won't be appearing in the trial actually. W. Yes. Huh? Why not? I won't be facing off with you on your first trial apparently. They were gonna fight each other. But in exchange, I brought information. Information. The attorney who'll be there in my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Don't even give him the benefit of your respect. Listen, I want you to call in a special witness. Then, I wondered about it at the time. Why did Christoph know so much? Prosecutor Gavin? Christoph, you were supposed to face each other in that trial. A fair fight, brother to brother. I deserve that much. Yet, you let me borrow the victim's belongings. You show me all the research on the case. The victim's belongings? Which would have included the Magnifi's diary, wouldn't it? Mr. Gavin. My, Clavier. You disappoint me. You find trees, yet miss the forest. I've never heard that expression before. Let me hear that expression one more time. You find trees, yet miss the forest. I'm guessing you don't know. I think it means you don't know you're in the middle of something big. You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin. You can't sweep this under the rug and not anymore. Tell me, what was going on behind that trial? You gonna confess? Why not? I've achieved what I came here to do. I see no harm in a little reminiscing. Apollo, I think we're finally going to shine a light on the black belly of this thing, Trucy. We've done everything we could. I hope it's enough. 7 years ago, the day before the trial began, I visited the detention center at the request of my client, Zach Grammary. 2 cards. That's right, they played poker as a test if he was going to actually be his lawyer. Showdown time. Enough. You lose, Gavin. Thanks for the work. Now go. To be honest, I don't know what his reasons were to do that to this day. As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation because I lost in a game of poker. I can come to no other conclusion. Daddy used to say something. If you want to know a man, you have to compete. Zach wasn't watching his points or the cards. He was watching the man behind the cards, Christoph Gavin. And he was able to tell that guy was a sick son of a gun. I couldn't believe it. Phoenix Wright, a second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs? Oh, his pride took a dip. That's why he took it so personally. He dismissed me and went with that pitiful excuse for a man. He deserved to die for that error alone. Holy fudge. Hold it. So the one who requested the forgery was... Oh, I'm not admitting anything. My point is, these 2 men shamed me, and I could not forgive that. This dude is just like the antagonist of the first game. The prosecutor who would never tolerate losing. Phoenix Wright and Zach Grammary both deserve what they got. You asked Mr. Mission to forge that evidence, so you could win? But then, when you dismissed as Zach Grammary's attorney, you used your forged evidence as a trap. You fed me information about the forgery you made. Then you gave your dirty evidence to him. You're free to imagine what you will. My point is that all I had imagined came to pass. Everything went perfectly. Incredible. If I wasn't laughing, I'd weep. Prosecutor Gavin? Perfectly? You're mad, Christoph. Send this man to jail? Yes, I will. Stop fooling yourself. Bro have his hip villain arc already. His villain arc, he was born with it. He was born in that villain arc. Also, how did he get that scar? You can see it on his hand if you focus. What are you talking about, Clavier? Tell me, how did that trial end? Cancelled? When the defendant vanished? Ah, I get it. So Christoph. So you've been living in fear for 7 years. What? You were afraid your forgery would be revealed, and your reputation trashed. Remember, Phoenix Wright got disbarred because of that forged evidence. It would happen to the same to him. You couldn't leave things to chance, so you watched everyone involved with the case for 7 years. You know, he always felt like he was being watched. That's what he said, every day for 7 years. But I felt it too. Journalists sure he's being watched, end quote. Don't you ever wonder why Zach Grammary got rubbed out after 7 years? right after coming into contact with me.
Wait just a minute. Zach Gremlin was seen by this reporter? How is this possible? He was alive after being gone for 7 years?
Finally, I knew this moment was coming. I didn't just think we'd get here so fast. Zach Gremery, gone missing for 7 years. Trucy's father. What's wrong, Apollo? Go get him! Right, leave it to me. They're a brother-sister duo. Allow me to refresh the court's memory. 6 months ago, Christoph Gavin was charged with the murdering of a mysterious traveler.
I remember him quite well. Shady Smith, was it?
Poisoned in a Chinese restaurant. Tragic. The defendant don't really matter right now. The details don't really matter right now. What matters is that traveler was Zach Gramery. Trucy. What is it, Apollo? Huh? Keep going. We'll talk about it later. Oh, she knew already. You know, that makes sense, considering it looked just like him. Which means... ouch. She had to find out so roughly. Did she really know? Of course she knew. He looks just like him.
Someone please explain this. Mr. Justice, can you explain this?
It all started 7 years ago. The great magician Magnifique Gramery's death started it all. Magnifique Gramery's death, and his student Zach Gramery, the suspect. Whoever defended Zach in court successfully will be famous beyond belief. Thinking that, Christoph Gavin did the unthinkable. He forged evidence.
Drew Misham?
Actually, it was his daughter, Vera, who really did the work. You took precautions when you had that forgery made, didn't you, Gavin?
Precautions?
To keep people from talking, of course. These two, they know too much. Leave them alive and there'll be nothing but trouble. That's when you planned your poisoning of the forgers. A trinakine. Applied to a commemorative stamp. But luck was on Mr. Misham's side. The bomb didn't go off. His daughter. She saved them by taking the stamp. I see. But that wasn't the only bomb he set up. The Ariadne nail polish, of course. I'm surprised she didn't use it for a very long time. You noticed something when you requested that forgery. When Vera Misham is nervous, she has a bad habit of biting her nails. Ah, that nail polish was her good luck charm. She was almost kidnapped once. Since then, she's been... well, you can see it for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. That person gave me a good luck charm for when I was absolutely had to go outside. It protects me for when she has to go outside. So long as she doesn't go outside, she will be fine. Yes, apparently she received something, a gift. She won't tell me what it was. It was a gift from the client, the one who wanted that note made. It was his insurance.
Insurance?
As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside? If she ran into any trouble, she'd become nervous. And the nail polish would do the rest. His time bomb sat there for 7 years. And then, they went off almost simultaneously. Thanks for the follow. They got to 45. If you're finished, may I return to my cell now? That's right, he's still in prison already. How about we add a couple more years, huh? I'm not accustomed to standing for such long periods of time. That's sick man indeed. Mr. Gavin, have you heard a single thing we've said? Oh, I listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an entertaining piece of fiction, You could be a writer, you know. What? Clavier, surely you understand. We're back to the evidence. Lacking evidence. Yep, we need to be foolproof. Nothing proves a link between him and the Trinity that took Drew Misham's life. What about the restaurant? You killed Zach Gramery to keep him from talking. I killed no man of that name. Read over the report again, if you like. The victim was a traveler by the name of Shady Smith, about whom we know little else. Oh, they're the same person, we know they are. You can't seriously think I knew he was that particular fugitive. Okay, then why did you kill him? I plead my right to remain silent. Also, now he pleads the fifth. Remember, this court did not convene to put me on trial. The defendant's name is Vera Misham, suspected in the murder of her father. My trial has been finished for 6 months now. Double jeopardy. We can't ask him about the previous case. Whatever happened then is irrelevant now. I'm afraid we have strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. It is the defendant, Vera Misham, who is on trial here. No, but you were doing so well, Apollo. As long as there's no evidence to support the accusation against him. This course of inquiry cannot find Vera Misham innocent. But it wasn't her. Your Honor, Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence. You still don't get it, do you? Let us assume there was a poison in the nail polish. Who then was responsible for causing Vera Misham to bite her nails? What? It wasn't me. I know that much. The one who brought that poison to her lips was you. Me? What? What? Wait, hold on. What do you mean? Evidence is everything. There is nothing anymore. Hug? I have no idea what he means, but I accept the hug, yes. Oh, huh. They're so close to each other. I believe this discussion has reached its conclusion. Your Honor, Mr. Justice, you have performed admirably well for a novice attorney. Huh? Huh, indeed. I respect your partner Phoenix's right determination as well. However, without direct proof, you have nothing. Isn't that right, Clavier? Unfortunately, yes, Kristoff, you're right. That is, you would have been right until now. What? What? Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are on you this courtroom today. This is a trial case for a new judicial system. That's right. I totally forgotten. The jury system. Okay, little refresher. The entirety of the Ace Attorney games until this point have been decided solely by the judge. Only by the judge and the evidence provided by the judge. To the judge. But this court case is special. Phoenix Wright was able to set up this specific court case under the jury system. There are people watching behind screens this entire court case. Their feelings decide this case, which means jurist, you say. The current judicial system has been deemed too closed off from society. This new system attempts to inject the wisdom of common citizens into the law. Common citizens? Wisdom? Is this some kind of joke? What could we possibly gain by doing this? That means we might just win. Entrusting our judicial system to a mindless emotional mob of irrational mouth breathers. Well, these irrational fools are about to put you behind even more bars. Common citizens have something called common sense. Common sense is not restricted by the law. Nonsense. There is only room for two in this court, me and the law. Keep the riffraff out, or out, I say. He's not doing any points. Do yourself a favor and keep the pretty boy act. You might soon them. They're not in the court, actually. They're watching everything by video camera. They're looking straight at the camera. It's us. Hello. We're the jurists. You, viewers, you are the jurists as well. How can you allow this? Incidentally, the one responsible for making this happen was Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright. He's breaking down. He's gonna break the door. So, everything was leading to this, of course. Right. 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 Right! It's too loud, I can't be too loud. He's breaking down. He cracked him, he's done for. Well, dear viewers, I have one simple question. Wait, not yet. Look at his hair, it's all messy. I won't accept. I can't accept. This is no court. Law. The law is everything. The law is absolute. You let ignorant swine soil your courts. Kristoff. It's over. Clavier. The law is absolute. You can't be serious. What? Especially when you forge evidence. Odd. I thought you spent your life looking for loopholes. The law isn't absolute. It's filled with contradictions. The law is the end product of many years of history, the fruit of human knowledge. Like a gem, polished to a gleam through trials and errors. It is the fruit we can receive and pass on and face in our time. And it is always changing, growing. Nurturing it is our task as human beings. Look at the judge being so wise. Except for you, Kristoff. You aren't changing. You stopped. You're not needed anymore. I couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe because I still haven't seen enough. Wise old man. But someday, I'll know what law is. I'll fight to change it if I have to. 89. Awesome subscribers. I see no trial need to further prolong this trial. This began as a trial of Vera Misham, accused of murdering her father, the painter Drew Misham. However, several other incidents were reviewed, and we seem to have reached a conclusion. Before this court declares a verdict, I'll await your decision. Dear viewers, yes, I'm talking to you viewers of the Faded Woods Bureau. Type in your answer. Is Kristoff Gavin guilty or innocent? The power of Christ compels you. Guilty. Jurist of the courts. For the death of Drew Misham, how do you find the defendant Vera Misham? Innocent or guilty? Oh wait, right into... Again. Is Vera Misham innocent or guilty? I turn to you now to consider this matter. Oh, what? TV. October 9th, 12:48 p.m. Jurist chamber. No, we were talking about Vera. Vera's innocent. This ends the trial for this case. Only the verdict remains to be decided. The defendant, Vera Misham, is currently in intensive care. If a decision cannot be reached today, it may never be reached. The factors involved. That's right, Rox. Innocent. I'm so happy for her. Her dad died. She deserves to be taken care of. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? If so, she is guilty. Or was there another reason for Misham's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she is innocent. A panel has been provided for each of you to input your decisions. That is all. Please, Wait, number 6? Wait, who's number 6? Yes, jurist number 6? There's something in the jurist's handbook here. Persons involved with the case may not be jurists. Oh, who's involved? That is correct. I have looked into all of your dossiers. None of you were involved with the development of the case. With the development of the case? I see. Does that answer your concern? So it's someone we know, but they're not involved. So who is it? It's time for your verdicts. Make your decisions in the case of Vera Misham. After 7 years, the truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely, judge well. I have newfound respect for the jurist system. Not guilty, guilty. Jurist number 6. Oh, it's Lammervor. Wait, why do you have the option to do this? Why even? It's really bad. Wait, can you record? Oh, I can't save. Not guilty, obviously. Huh? Not guilty. Huh? Confirm. It's Lammeror. Huh? Wait. The bracelet! She's alive! She's alive! Apollo's mom was Lammeror. She's alive! Trucy's mom is still alive. And she's a singer! What the? And so a verdict was reached on October 9th, 2:14 p.m. The first verdict under the jury system. Innocent by unanimous decision. The record will show that when the verdict was announced, special witness Christoph Gavin laughed. A laugh louder than any had heard before or ever since. If I could voice act the laughing now, I would wake up the neighbors and it would be really bad. Let me try my best. It's my best laugh for now. A laugh that echoed in the halls of justice, lingering for what seemed like hours. Oh, I do not want to hear that laugh. If I heard that laugh in real life, I'd be scared for my life. October 10th, 8:30 a.m., the morning after the trial. In an intensive care ward, a true miracle occurred. Vera Misham opened her eyes. She's alive! She made it through. Hickfield Clinic. You're alive! Vera, I'm so glad. Don't cry, Apollo. I'm happy too, and proud. You did well, Apollo. When I thought about it, what if Vera... You know, don't you start crying too. Sorry. You had to see us like this. She's smiling. That's worth $1 million. Vera? Thank you so much, Apollo. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressed you like that. If I hadn't, you never would have bitten your nails. No, I was wrong. Staying locked inside like that, clinging to my good luck charm. Vera, when I opened my eyes and saw you, I finally understood. It's important to be part of the world. To see things with your own eyes. It looks like that poison had some effect after all. It killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life. I knew you'd pull through, Vera. I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. Your future. I won't forget it. Here, let me thank you. No, really, it's okay. A sketch. Oh, look, it's me. I love it. Thanks. His horns. Apollo, is that me? She really captured your essence, Apollo. The horns on your head. Well, I think so at least. That reminds me. Do you know where the other lawyer is? The other lawyer? Oh, you mean Daddy? Except he's not a lawyer anymore. It's my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry. Oh, no, 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 no. That's not what I meant. No, it's okay. I'm through looking away from the things I've done. I hope I can look him in the eyes again someday and apologize. Don't worry. I'm sure he'd be happy to hear that. He brought all those things for me when he came to visit earlier. All these DVDs. So that's where you got all those things. You mean those stack of videos? Did Mr. Wright finish watching them all? You know, I knew my real daddy was alive. Oh. Huh? I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped him vanish from the courtroom. You did what? How? I'm not telling. He promised me that day he went away. We may not meet again for some time, Trucy. But know this. I'll be watching, and one day, I shall return. You're the next Grammary, after all. Oh, Trucy. In the end, he couldn't keep that promise, could he? It's okay. Phoenix is my daddy now. Even if he can't really play the piano. That he can't. Oh, and I got this for you. For you. Even if your voice is kind of loud sometimes. Glad I made your list. Hey, come on to think of it. Where is Daddy? The one who can't play. Do you know Apollo? I think he said he had to meet someone. I wonder. Maybe it's a new mommy. You have a way with words. I think it is a new mommy. Sigh. And you already met her. Wow, she's sweet. Oh, Trucy. Yes, Vera? I was wondering, could you show him to me once more? Sir Hat, was it? Oh, didn't she faint the first time she saw it? Oh, he's not been knighted yet. Here goes. Do as an impersonation, Mr. Hat. Mr. Hat. Objection, ahem. Not loud enough. And I like Mrs. Magic Underwear better anyway. That's magic panties, Apollo. Look, Mr. Hat with the old-timey radio. There you are. Man, he's been fighting so hard on his own. So, your memories returned. Mr. Wright, was this all part of your plan too? I don't know what you're talking about. When I lost my memory, I was reborn as Labrador. But you knew my true identity, did you not? That is why you chose me as one of your jurists. You're thinking into it too much. Besides, there is no guarantee that regaining your memory would make you happy. Of course it is a happy thing. For so long, I thought I was alone. But now I know I have children. 2 dear children. I'm so proud of them. This too, I think, is thanks to you. I forget. Are you going to tell them? They do not know? Nope. They don't know that their mother. They don't even know their siblings. Better go tell them quick. I will go tell them. Until when the time is right. Until then Don't worry. I'll take care of them for you. They're very important to me too. A little annoying at times, but still. I have to keep an eye on her at least. Because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels on the inside. Huh? What does he mean by that? Your bracelet. Yes. I've seen a lot of mysterious things in this past 7 years. But your bracelets were the strangest of all. Look at Apollo. I remember meeting him half a year ago in Christoph Gavin's office. That's you. And then I met you. 2 fates destined to intertwine. And I was there when they crossed. I'll never forget that. He was just there, and he noticed. Such a small thing. That bullet. Yet it tore who I was away. Oh, she had amnesia because of the bullet. 10 years ago, during a simple rehearsal. It was a miracle no one died, but I didn't survive the accident. That is why I left the troupe, my family. And I'm pretty sure Lammerworth became blind as well. Yeah, she's blind. Now my memory has returned. I am myself once more. For the first time, I am glad to be alive, Mr. Wright. Speaking of miracles, Vera mission regained consciousness this morning. I can only hope she's as glad as you are. It is a strange thing. Fate. Sometimes a life is taken. Sometimes a life is spared. You would have been thinking. People don't die that easily, really. As long as they got something worth living for. And that's pretty much the end of my story, for now anyway. I still got a long way to go, and this power of mine. But there's hope now. We lost it, but somehow we found it again. That's why people are smiling again, hope. Yeah, I think I'll keep at this lawyer thing for a while. Oops, training time. Gotta go. Cords of steel. Here comes justice. Objection. Objection. It's the end. Ace Attorney's so good. I'm glad you're staying with the agency, Apollo. It's like I found my long-lost big little brother. Oh, and don't you worry about Troop Grammary. Trucy's on the case. Now that I have this, thanks to Daddy. Trucy Gramia? Frankly, I got my doubts, but heck, Grammary, now that I'll pack 'em in. Oh my god, it's 2:50 a.m. Wow. I should be asleep. Clavier, how you doing? It's not every day you get to get a trial, that's why it's over. The Governors are breaking up. The news caused a run on tissues at supermarkets nationwide. It's 5 a.m. as well for you? You're the real stars now. I look forward to our next jam session. Yeah, we sent his bandmate to jail too. His second guitar was a criminal as well. Oops. Honestly. Whew. Phoenix. Well, it's finally over, you know, thinking about it. I've been a piano player longer than I've been a lawyer. Now that everything's sorted, I've got my time on my hands. Maybe I'll take some lessons. Or maybe I'll take the bar exam again. Please do, we need your lawyer business. W game, it's so good, it's so good. It's so good. Marry me, Clavier. Understandable. Okay, who else? Oh, it's Emma. So, I was standing around eating snackaroos the other day when I got this crazy idea. What if they were like golden? You can make it augment the crunch, or better yet, make them the power of science. Although preservatives may not be 100% safe. Lol, same. Oh, Emma. I hope she graduates from being a detective and actually becomes a scientist. You again. In an unlikely event you are wanting Russian feast, come to Borscht Bowl Club. The only thing colder than restaurant is borscht. Duh, but its greater challenge is being required. Then come to the hideout. You know who to ask for. From the very first case. Okay, next up should be the ramen salesman from the second case. Or maybe we'll get to see Waki again. Oh, I like Waki. Oh, it's the headmistress. In the second court case, the Mafia. So, Kitaki Pastries is getting back to its eastern roots. Spread the culture wide and far. Yo, boss, culture time. This is how we write root, capiche? But we're still about to give back to the people. Yo, boss, PR time. A really lovely voice. Thank you. Damn, work it, girl. And this is how we write people, alright? Look at his eyebrows. He's just like that dude from the Cloudy from the Chance Meatballs. Not that Walkie's paying any attention. Whoa, kids. Can't get over my voice. Thank you. There he is, Walkie! Bizoy, Chinese characters on cake was a fly idea 3,000 years ago. Man, you wanna make it today, you gotta keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Yo, that's why I made the OG cracker, for real. I know it don't look like no cracker, G. What do you want me to call it, OG muffin? He's such a chuny. I wanna be gangster. He's such a softie. He got shot in the heart, and the bullet stuck with him for like a year, and he didn't even know. He could have died. I don't know where all this is. You ask me, there's only one food, and that's noodles. Noodles forever. I got a new one too, see? This time I just pulled a leg, big chunk of salt in the bowl. Why pretend? Eldo noodles is all about the salt. Salt forever. Yeah, you know. Bullet stuck in his heart. But that's why his dad stopped being a gangster, so he can make money, so he can help him. Oh, this dude. That guy's a weirdo. My exceptionally exquisite nature has won me an unequivocal adoration. You see, they used to call me Wesley Stickler and Wesley Sticky Hands. But no longer. I have a new name, one that reflects my true academic nature. Wesley Sicko, reporting. Yes, curiosity is sickness, and I am the cure. He was after Trucy's panties because he saw him like a magic trick coming out of the panties. And he was like, how do the panties have all this stuff in them? Okay, who's next? After this, it should be the third court case, which was the one with the rock concert. There she is! Lemmermore, I don't know how to thank you all. Light has returned to my life, and with it joy. I may have lost years, but have gained a treasure, 2 treasures in fact. I will think of them when I write my next song. She's a professional singer now. I wonder if we get to see Mikey again. Oh, it's you. Brush it, brush it, brush it. Brush it, brush it, brush it. What are you doing, prison? Brush it here, brush it on the back of the beat with another interview. How do I feel about things turned out? No scoop yet, but journalist confidence in mint condition. And quote. He's probably interviewing Gavin. Oh, Vera. I've decided to keep painting. Originals only, of course. I suppose I have to see a bit of the world outside to find what to paint. But I know there'll be good people out there now. I've met them. Aww. The door is open. The world is waiting. Thank you. Oh, I just remembered. Mikey is probably in jail because of the smuggling. Yeah, I'm so glad for her. You know who she reminds me of? She reminds me of Marianne from Fire Emblem. Oh, look, it's us. She drew the sus. Shusi, Apollo, and Mr. Hat. That's the end. Continue to the next game? Not quite yet. That was Ace Attorney Apollo Justice. Oh man, so good. The writing is so good. Honestly, I do a little bit of writing. And reading this, it's giving me quite a few ideas on how to write dialogue. Complete. How many streams was this? Wait, what number stream is this? Is this stream number... Wait, what is it? Oh, I need to see the thumbnail. Wait, I think I see it on my Twitter. This is stream number... number 9. So it took about like 9 streams. Great game. Even though I wasn't there for all of it, it was still good. The VODs are still there on actually YouTube. Because I stream on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick all at the same time. So if you want to check out, you can quickly check out the YouTube VODs. Subscribe if you want to. Okay, it is 3 a.m. I need to be asleep, because I gotta wake up soon. Okay, see y'all later. Mickey Rocks and Lovely Peaches. See y'all for the next stream. Alright. Actually, for my next stream, what do I plan? I was planning to play this today and tomorrow. But I finished it all in one day. Which is pretty cool. Okay. So I'm gonna have to think of something else to stream tomorrow. Or maybe take a break. Depends. I have to readjust the schedule. Alright. This is Alex Arjugos, signing out. The Faded Wiz Bureau is now closing. See y'all later. See yas.